Hello everyone and welcome. It is early in the morning here, but it's nowhere near as early as it is in the United States. We are live for the duration, the entirety of the Elimination Chamber, starting right now with our kickoff show, which will actually feature wrestling matches for the first time in a while. We are live on three platforms: YouTube, Twitch, and indeed on Twitter. Currently known as X, I suppose you're supposed to call it, to just basically help people along, help people survive, so we can all get together. For many of you, 2 in the morning, what a time of day that is. For many of you, 2 in the morning, and just see what we can make happen. See what the glory we can make happen, because they are live in the Optus Stadium. Yes, LA Knight's got to win there. In Australia, in Perth, to celebrate WWE going increasingly international. So, 6 matches lined up, one of them on the pre-show, one of them likely as part of a promo package. They're currently showing us the building of the stadium and a Cody Rhodes backstage, back-to-back Royal Rumble winner, one of the only ones to do so. One of them is very incredible. And Seth Rollins has a third eye. Weird. Good morning, Mark. If you're here from the UK, I'd imagine you're very, very happy. I know it's 9 in the morning, but you don't have to be here for the kickoff show. You can just be here for the main show. That's a 10 o'clock wake up, and that is lovely, isn't it? No push at all. No issue. No difficulty. Life could be good. Life could be easy. It's not always, well. Daniel says, yo, and Rob and Dave say it's currently 4 o'clock. Difficult for you, Thomas. Difficult for you. It's 9 here. Lovely time. One might suggest the best of times. We started with an intro to so many people walking into the stadium, and now we're going straight into our hype package. Now, typically, as I've mentioned before, the final hype package is the one that is the main event. We're starting with a hype package purely for the Elimination Chamber itself, getting over the structure. And I do feel there are times when they miss that. There are times when, you always get it for the Royal Rumble, but when it comes to a Hell in a Cell, for example, all you really get is Metallica. They're actually trying to make this one matter a little bit more. Gilly says, good morning here from West London. Good morning here from Blackpool. Andrew Quinn says, WWE 2K running a Cody Rhodes action figure as a playable character is incredible. I'd imagine there was more to that, but either way, still pretty impressive. It's Cody Rhodes. The man basically is an action figure. Yes, Joey, I am having a morning cherry coke because you got to wake up somehow. Joey's a 4 a.m.er as well. Robin Dave says, I feel like AJ Styles may cost LA Knight somehow. Personally, I go the other way. I think LA Knight is moving on towards the United States Championship this time around. Good morning, Thomas, from Wales. Wales. We are all over the place. We have a very, very diverse crowd here. We really do. Really do. I look terrible because I just woke up. My hair's all the way over here. What is happening there? And the lighting's not great. But you know what? We persevere. We make it work. We stick to our guns here. You all know it. We'll be recapping our predictions, also recapping a little bit of the news from yesterday's spoiler warning. The first and most important piece of news is that a long time ago, in the galaxy not too far from here, Triple H made a list of the WWE superstars when he was becoming chief content officer that he would be building the company around. Rhea Ripley was near the top of that list, if not the top. I think Gunter was actually the top. What that means, essentially, is that promises were made to Rhea Ripley that she would be an era-defining character, and Triple H has made a point of proving that. Now, Rhea Ripley was promised a main event of WrestleMania last year. It was going to be Charlotte Flair versus Rhea Ripley, the main event of night 1. That day did not come. Rhea Ripley was promised the main event of WrestleMania Night 1 this year against Becky Lynch. You'll never guess what happened. The Rock happened, and it looks like Rhea Ripley will not get her moment. So instead, all of the focus tonight will be on Rhea Ripley. I can't blame them. I'm thrilled with that as a concept. I think she's fully deserving. I wrote an article in, I believe, 2018, which Rhea Ripley saw and liked, essentially saying, WWE, just get out of her way. She's going to be a star. Just get out of her way. That's all I said. It was for bell to bells, and I will stand by it until the end of time. The WWE need to make sure they're keeping Rhea Ripley happy, because she is the best they have. And I don't mean generationally, I don't mean of this new generation. She is the best they have. Joey says, I wonder if the Iconics will make an appearance. Certainly they could. Certainly they could. In the crowd. Not in any wrestling capacity, certainly. Mark says, I'm at work watching you before I put the full show on. Fair enough, mate. I didn't realise you worked weekends. Andrew says, it's a good thing I went to the shop early this morning to get myself 3 bottles of Mountain Dew. It's about time we had an early pay-per-view. It's been a long time. The only ones which are really reasonable UK time are in Saudi Arabia, and I don't watch those. Also, give it up to Sai, guys. Look at this design. Look at it. Look how gorgeous it is. I'm a little confused why Thursday comes after Friday. Only concern. But look at Rhea Ripley. Look at Dominic Mysterio. Look at the purple. Oh, it's such good stuff. The first hype package is for the men's Elimination Chamber match, suggesting that will open the show. We have Kevin Owens, LA Knight, Drew McIntyre, Randy Orton, Bobby Lashley, and Logan Paul. So, if we're talking the men's Elimination Chamber, let's talk predictions. Going through the entirety of it, because there's a lot of entrants in here, I do think Logan Paul, Kevin Owens, and quite likely LA Knight are simply involved in other things. They are busy with their own United States Championship push, and there is no chance of them facing off against Seth Rollins. I feel like we can eliminate that pretty much immediately. Just makes the most sense. Now, we still have plenty of other options in there. Bobby Lashley is a credible threat, but he's not a threat that actually will be stepping up to Seth Rollins. Bobby Lashley at the moment is working to elevate the Street Profits, which makes perfect sense, and that elevation does come with a little drop in the card for him. He's nowhere close to a point where he's likely to be taking on Seth Rollins. That leaves us with 2 options. Randy Orton and Drew McIntyre. Now, for Randy Orton, I just don't think it's this time. I do think Randy Orton will win more championships. I do think it's possible, if not likely, he will overtake Ric Flair and John Cena. I can definitely see that moment coming. But it's Drew McIntyre all the way for me. Okay, looks like they were actually just running down the card here. The first actual hype package seems to be for the women's Elimination Chamber match. Now, my expectation was that we'd open with the women's and finish with Rhea Ripley versus Nia Jax, the women bookending the show. Sorry guys, just going to catch up. Robin Dave says, when do you think that we see Jade Cargill's next appearance? Right after the Chamber to start building towards WrestleMania. Jordan says, good morning, Tom and chat. Could get used to the start time for a PLE. Hope everyone is well. I reckon I could get used to it too. I think I'm most excited about having a good night's sleep. That's rare on a PLE day. Very rare on a PLE day. It's killing me getting no sleep. Joey said I could see Tiffany Stratton eliminate Bianca, setting up a match for Mania. As I mentioned during spoiler warning last night, there has been talk about Naomi versus Bianca as well. So I said I clocked that Friday, Thursday about 2 minutes before you went live. I mean, I'm not that concerned, to be fair. So I says, question for you or the chat, Tom. Do you think Rhea is ahead of where Becky was 5 years ago? Interesting question. Now, Becky was in a very good spot 5 years ago. 2018 was the birth of the man. 2019 was the WrestleMania main event. So a very good spot overall for Becky Lynch on a huge wave of momentum. Now, while that's the case, that wave of momentum lasted for less than a year up until that point. She wasn't where she was now in any way. And it wasn't until SummerSlam that it really kicked into gear. So the good run was SummerSlam to WrestleMania. At its peak, because a lot of people forget everything that came before, was Survivor Series until WrestleMania. I think Rhea Ripley's had more focus over a longer period of time, but I don't think she's had that white hot moment. I don't feel she's had that same white hot moment. Joey says they're really dragging out the Cross and Bobby feud. I wonder when they will actually wrestle. The moment will come, I'd imagine. I still think we're looking at either a 6-man tag or a 4-person tag. you can call it that. A mixed 8-person tag? I don't know. Either way, I definitely think that's a likelihood for WrestleMania. It's a good way to get him on the card. But yeah, there's not focus on them at the minute. Andrew says the background colour reminds me of the 98 Taker Ministry of Darkness purple colour. To be clear, Ministry of Darkness was 99, and I'm pedantic about at least until, well, I've actually been watching wrestling back for about 10 years now. Mark says Drew, and says yes, Rhea is. Joey says I think Tiffany has potential to be better than Charlotte. I think it's a very high praise to say anyone can be better than Charlotte. She has been the linchpin and fully deserving of it. Khalid says, I'm glad I went to sleep after SmackDown. I'm ready for this PLE. I genuinely have not watched SmackDown simply because I wanted to take the opportunity to sleep instead, and I'm not blaming myself for that. I knew what was happening anyway, let's be fair. Robin Dave says, I'm amazed on how far Roman has become so different than his big dog days. This was what he was always capable of, and the moment just finally came. Dark Knight, welcome. Says Rhea, Becky, Drew, and Judgment Day to win predictably. Predictably, yes. However, not necessarily bad predictable. We do need to know ahead of time, if we can make our ticket sales choice, whether or not WrestleMania is going to be good. So giving away some of those results is fine for me. I also think the most likely change there is Drew. I think it's possible that Randy wins, but Drew McIntyre still finds a way into the, well, no main event, likely the opening match of night 2. My expectation at this point is that Becky Lynch versus Rhea Ripley opens night 1. The tag team match, Seth and Cody versus The Rock and Roman, closes night 1. The opening of night 2 is Seth Rollins versus Drew McIntyre. And the actual main event of WrestleMania is Cody Rhodes versus Roman Reigns. It's also possible, there is still talk about swapping those night 1 matches over. Opening with Roman and Cody. And closing with Roman and Cody. Sure, Si, I'll have a look at that. It was getting really wet out. And of course, closing. Sorry, where was I? And closing with Becky Lynch versus Rhea Ripley. All of the focus in the build to this event has been Becky Lynch. I will be stunned if someone else wins. Andrew says, do you think there'll be any surprise appearances? Not really. Triple H does not really do that. I think we learned that from the Royal Rumble, and in fact successive Royal Rumbles. There's just not that much interest in big surprises from Triple H. Joey says, who would take the pinfall in that tag match? Nobody can afford to lose it. Cody. Because it's not based on what happens before, it's based on what happens after. And if The Rock and Roman Reigns double down and beat Cody Rhodes, it's not the same as Cody one-on-one the next night against Roman. Thank you, Mark. We do have... I put it down to conservative ads to try and be as little as possible, but ultimately it's still potentially a work day for me. So ads aren't necessarily a bad thing. If you are premium as well, you support the channel just by being here. You don't get ads, but I still get a paycheck for it, so I'm not too concerned. If you're not premium, you do get the occasional ad, and I do apologise for that. But Tommy's got to make a living. Tommy got to make that living, you know? Somehow, some way. I've got to survive. It's not always easy. Let's change this overlay, shall we? Let's have a look. It's a very slight tweak, but thank you, Si. As a man with OCD, I very much appreciate that. Thank you kindly for that tweak. Robin Dave says, when Roman gets pinned and loses the title, it might be a slow burn back to being a babyface, but keep the trash talk as a babyface. I don't necessarily think they would intentionally go into babyface, but I think they could accidentally go into babyface. Cheers, Mark. Appreciate it. Khalid says, definitely in this pay-per-view, we're getting Rhea and Becky face to face. I know it's predictable. It's also fantastic. It's one of those where there is genuinely no downside. I'm there for it. I'm in every way there for it. We currently have 15 people watching and 13 likes. That means 2 people minimum in here have not hit that like button. If you're able to, please remember to hit that thumbs up. It does help get the word out. If there is enough engagement on this video, then by the time the kickoff show ends, the actual WWE YouTube channel will send a whole bunch of their viewers from that kickoff show here. It's happened before. It happened in a Hell in a Cell show way back when more than 100 people came from the WWE's kickoff show into my kickoff show, simply because we had that much engagement. If you're able to help out, I would very much appreciate it. So I can close that, and then close that. Lovely. Joey says, I have mixed feelings about a tag match. The Rock hasn't wrestled in a decade, and Roman always works a slow style. Yep. That's exactly true. I'm not excited about it at all. Gordy, welcome, mate. Says, what's up, Tom? It's been a minute. Hope all is well with you. Super rare for me to be up at 4 in the morning watching WWE. Yeah, I don't blame you for that one. I can't say I'm too enamoured about the idea of being awake at 1 in the morning. So I'm glad personally, but I understand entirely how some people are not happy about it. Robin Dave says, do you see Paul Heyman turning on Roman within the next year, or is the Roman Heyman pairing needed? I'd say it's needed, primarily because we'd already had Paul Heyman turning on Roman Reigns to aid Brock Lesnar and then turning back again. We'd be retreading old water. Andrew says, where would you rank Rhea amongst on the past and future list of former champions? I'd say this has been a very good championship run. Kevin Owens is holding a koala, just want to point that out. He just kept the koala. Did he steal it? I think he's technically stolen a koala. Drew McIntyre is not holding a koala. That's disappointing. I'm going to do a tweet about that. Because we got to advertise the show somehow, you know? We got to advertise the show. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to quote tweet the watch party announcement. Drew McIntyre is not holding a koala bear, and this has very much upset me. So we right now are getting the hype package for Nia Jax versus Rhea Ripley, which surprises me. I expected this to come a lot later, and it does suggest it's not going to be the main event. So the men's might be the main event, which would be awkward for everyone involved. I really do feel this should main event, but it certainly looks like it's not going to. Mark says, I might be the only person who thinks, but as a person who loves The Rock, to see him in the ring is going to be everything for me. I really hope he updates his promos, because at the moment, he's just going back to the old well, and it ain't working. Pete says, weird saying morning to you, but this is great. Morning, mate. Thomas says, we've reports from Wrestling Observer that there will be some surprises. Who do you think it will be? I don't. I think we will see stuff like the Iconics in the crowd, but it depends what you define as surprises. I don't necessarily think we're going to see anything that actually changes the game. Pete says, CR Truth is in Austria. Yep, he got it. He got it slightly wrong. He got it, Home Alone 2 lost in New York. Joey says, Meltzer might be clickbaiting with a surprise report, or he means surprise with the winners. Absolutely fair. Absolutely fair. He's been wrong on this one before, and we'll see how it goes. Robin Dave says, R-Truth is so amazing, he deserves a championship run. They want to keep the championship serious. They are not intending to do so. Hello, Parrish. Nice to see you, mate. Wiggly says, hello, how are you? Doing well, thank you. We actually start with the Elimination Chamber in 40 minutes. It starts at 10 a.m. The pre-show has already gone live. Patrick, how you doing, mate? Says, hi, Tom. How are you holding up in the UK? Better than most people in the US right now. I'm here at a very good time. It is 9 in the morning. I woke up at 7:30 feeling fresh and alert because that's when I wake up for my day job. Makes no odds to me. I'm a happy boy. Happy boy. Right, so let's go to the Women's Elimination Chamber. We've already had the hype package for that one. Features Becky Lynch, features Bianca Belair, Liv Morgan, Raquel Rodriguez, Naomi, and Tiffany Stratton. It's a good opportunity for Tiffany Stratton. It's not a winning opportunity for Tiffany Stratton. It's a good opportunity for Naomi. It's not a winning opportunity for Naomi. I think we can fairly eliminate those. Raquel Rodriguez, very unlikely. They don't want to push her too hard at the moment. And the same can be said about Liv Morgan. She's just back. They don't want to threaten that recovery period. So certainly putting her in an elimination chamber, it's awkward. It's awkward. I remember when I first reported Randy Orton would be returning in War Games and saying that could be a difficult one. But they protected him as best they could. Liv Morgan will be heavily protected and will likely come into the game very, very late. Now, that doesn't mean she's going to be winning anything. Liv Morgan, for me, goes to WrestleMania in a tag team match with Raquel Rodriguez against Kabuki Warriors and likely a number of other teams. I see their heel turn. That leaves us with Bianca Belair, a credible opponent for Rhea Ripley or Nia Jax. Not going to be the one. There have been a lot of different discussions about who Bianca Belair will be facing. Charlotte Flair was indeed the plan. Becky Lynch is not just my prediction. It feels like it's a spoiler. It genuinely does. It feels so blunt and so obvious that it's the only option, which is a shame, but also not necessarily a bad thing. Sai says, love The Rock, but I'm not really comfortable with him calling Seth Cody's girlfriend in 2024. Yeah, the punchline there is, haha, you might be gay. So? How do you think gay wrestlers feel about that? Because they exist. They're not all public, but they exist. It's still very cliquey, it's still not that supportive, and it's also nobody's business. There are gay wrestlers in the WWE as we speak, not just on the women's side as well. I don't think they're going to be that happy with The Rock. I really don't. Joey says, I hope it's not Awesome Truth versus Judgment Day at Mania. Our Truth is too comedic, I think. Again, I suspect we will see some sort of multi-team match. They could potentially add AOP and Street Profits to that, because I think AOP have a chance of coming out with the championships. Perry says, 2 a.m. for me, and I'm wide awake. Going to be a fun day. Very much going to be a fun one. You've got 2 a.m. at the moment. The show then goes live at 3 a.m. It won't end until at least 6 a.m. You might as well not sleep at that point. Patrick says, I wish Indy Hartwell would win the Women's Tag Team Championships just for the home country pop, but I know it won't happen. The home country pop will be there for Rhea Ripley. Andrew says, make sure you like and subscribe to Tom Colohue. Smash the likes for the best wrestling journalist in the UK. Thank you kindly, Andrew. The YouTube numbers and the stats roll over at 10 a.m. here in the UK. And when they roll over, I'll be able to see how well I've done over the past few weeks, which is good. It's good. We're heading into the end of February now, so I'm tracking my numbers. We're approaching 200 subscribers so far this year, which is nice, and some pretty high views as well. We are seeing long-term growth on this channel, and I'm a very, very happy boy about it. A PLE Wednesday video recently had a more than 50% retention rate. My average is about 30%. So that's doing fantastic numbers. WTF Wrestling this week, 42%. The numbers are going up. I'm not focused on views right now. So what's happening instead is I'm getting retention rate. I'm getting people watching for longer because the people who do find the channel care. With that in mind, YouTube will start to advertise my content more, as it did with WTF Wrestling, as it's actively doing with PLE Wednesdays. YouTube will advertise my content more because that retention rate's higher, because that click-through rate is higher, because people are invested. Channel's doing very well this year, guys. Very well. Kelly says the man Becky Lynch is winning. Wiggly says The Rock needs to be called out in language like that, whether in character or not. He's not too big of a deal that he can say that, and it's just seen as funny or banter. He will be called out. Triple H will do it if no one else. Wiggly's really disappointed with Dwayne. Perry says I got a 4-month-old. What is sleep? Is it beer? Fair. Very fair comment. Robin Dave says my favourite Elimination Chamber is John Cena won, then Edge cashed in at Money in the Bank. I do believe that was the very first one. What's everyone else's favourite Elimination Chamber match? Marcel says hi, Tom and chat. Welcome, Marcel. Nice to see you. So many people starting to come in. Khalid says if Liv Morgan turns heel, maybe she joins Judgment Day. Why? Why would that happen? Coop43 says 4:22 a.m. for me and wide awake. Good. I'm glad people are hyped up. Okay, I'm loving this pre-show because it's so diverse. We're about to see some koalas. They're just going on a nature tour. Like, there's a reason they're doing this. Part of the deal with Australia was that they do a little bit of propaganda for the country. I can't blame anyone for that. It's not a bad deal, and honestly, it does make Australia look good. Australia's hopes here is this is going to increase tourism. It will, like it already has, but long term, so they have to do things like that. Tyler G says, morning everyone, and I'm struggling with no sleep. Joey says, how much longer do you think Bron Breakker sticks around in NXT since he's on SmackDown now? Until about WrestleMania time when he loses those tag team championships. Chris says, good morning Tom, I now understand what you go through when PLEs take place here in North America, and I do that every month. Bailey says, good morning Tom, good morning everyone, nice to see so many familiar faces starting to filter in. Wiggler says, also just to point out, Wiggly, just to point out, Nia Jax was born in Australia, so it's Rhea versus Nia, 2 Aussies. I do still hope that's our main event. We're getting one of those awkward Peacock hype packages now. It's a Jey Uso hype package. Looks like it's a hype package towards WrestleMania, but we are where we are now. Jordan says, Tom, it's great that this community is growing. You probably notice yourself that a lot of people regularly tune in. Great stuff, mate. I do. I was worried when I first started that I wouldn't recognise people, but I've gotten to know all of you at least a little bit. And, you know, you all stand out for different reasons. I've learned about your fandom, I've learned about what you're interested in, I've learned that Wiggly always talks about Asuka, etc, you know? I've learned that Connor lives in my cupboard. These things happen. And it's absolutely wonderful to see. Like at the moment, the reason we've got like retention rate going up and so is viewing habits. I've learned about YouTube, and that just means I'm leaving people to make their own decisions. If you only want to watch WTF Wrestling, YouTube will only advertise WTF Wrestling to you. And that's good. Because it means you're not going to see spoiler warning all the time, not click on it, and tank the click-through rate. Logically, that will continue to happen and continue to kick into gear, and things will only improve. Always good stuff. Always good stuff. Wiggly says, I saw a video, Asuka and Kairi going crazy for the koalas. Wouldn't you? John says, favourite chamber is 2016, Bray Wyatt winning. That is mine as well. Khalid says, my favourite Elimination Chamber is when Undertaker won. Wiggly says, I can't imagine Australia struggles with tourism, but it's definitely on my list. They don't struggle with tourism, but more tourism is never a bad thing. Certainly in Perth, most of the tourism goes to Sydney. I made the same mistake, Jordan, don't worry. Wiggly says, slightly off topic, Tom, but you're watching the EFL Cup final tomorrow in your prediction. Yes, and of course, my team. Joey says, I wonder what time the pre-show match starts. Soon, I'd imagine. It'll only be like a 10-minute match, but it needs to start soon if they want to do the last hype packages. It does suggest that the main event's going to be the men's. Wasn't expecting it. Hello, Johannan. Welcome to the show. Thank you very much for subscribing on the YouTube side. You'll get notifications when we go live with spoiler warning. You also, if you enjoy it, can check out WTF Wrestling, which is my investigative journalism show, PLE Wednesday, which is my looking ahead to WrestleMania show, and Fun Fact Thursdays, which is my binge watch random shit show. Gomar says, hello Tom, and how's it going? Hello mate, nice to see you. Going very well, thank you. Wiggly says, I do always talk about Asuka. I do not always talk about Asuka, I also talk about Hikaru Shida. Fair play, fair play. Jermaine says, good morning Tom, good morning Jermaine. Robin Dave says, my dad got me into wrestling in the early 2000s. His favourite wrestlers were Steve Austin and the Shawn Michaels. Gomar says, it's only 2 a.m. for me, I thought it'd be later. Jermaine says, I know what you go through. It's only 4:27 East Coast time in the US in the morning. You guys don't know what I go through. You don't. Because if I'm going to be up at 1 a.m, what's the point in sleeping? So I just stay awake until about 5 in the morning more often than not. It's awkward. It's awkward. Gordy says, what are your thoughts on WWE going more of a sports presentation as it's been noticeable since Kevin Dunn's departure? Bit of an I told you so moment, if I'm honest. I've been talking about WWE being wanting to be taken more seriously like a legitimate sport for a long time now. A long time now. And it's nice to see it come into fruition. Joey says, the actor who played the Joker was from Perth. I thought that was pretty cool. And Wiggly says, to be honest, I woke up early for this. Me too. Q43 says, my personal favourite is the first Elimination Chamber. Joey says, I really like the new Raw presentation. I'm glad they cut down on the lighting and the new promo style. And Khalid says, my mom got me into wrestling. She liked The Undertaker. That's how I like The Undertaker. My mom passed away in 2022. Sorry to hear that, Khalid. 24 likes already. Great numbers. We're doing very well. 65 views so far for a pre-show, which is taking place at 2 a.m. for a lot of people. So I'm pretty happy with that overall. We have half hour left until Elimination Chamber kicks in. We still are expecting high packages for the men's chamber and also for the tag team match. So I'm sure they'll be kicking in relatively soon. We also have a pre-show match. So let's talk about that pre-show match. The pre-show match will be Indy Hartwell and Candice LeRae challenging the Kabuki Warriors, Kairi Sane and Asuka. Indy Hartwell gets to play in front of an Australian crowd, and I imagine they'll be very, very thankful for it. This is a continuation of Triple H's current work to build up heavily a new women's tag team division. We're also seeing the build-up for the men's tag team division. The Rock is talking. The Rock is heavily suggesting he won't be there. The Rock is big timing the hell out of this. The Rock is putting over Grayson Waller. I respect that. I don't know why he's just called me Dumbo. It felt like a standard Rock promo until he called me a Dumbo. Nope. There's the homophobic part. Didn't love that. He did it twice. Why did he do it twice? Why would he do it twice? This was recorded more than a week ago. You'll recognise the shirt. He only actually has one shirt, let's be honest. So Dave Meltzer has reported that The Rock will not be there. The Rock has basically just said, I'm not going to watch, but let me know. They actually cut him off before he finished his catchphrase. Wonderful. Anyway, kickoff show match. I can't see the Kabuki Warriors losing the tag team championships at Elimination Chamber, certainly on a kickoff show. Indy Hartwell and Candice LeRae have not been built up to a level that they feel like a legitimate threat, and honestly at this point they don't feel like they're ever going to be. So I have the Kabuki Warriors retaining. There's also a strong possibility that we end up with 3 tag team matches on the show tonight, because we're now building up the Grayson Waller effect with Cody Rhodes and Seth #freaking Rollins. Now, as we're building that up, let's talk about it. I think there's every possibility that we have a brief but memorable match with Cody Rhodes and Seth Rollins on one side, Austin Theory and Grayson Waller on the other. Can't imagine it taking more than 10 minutes. Naturally, Seth Rollins and Cody Rhodes are much bigger stars and are almost guaranteed to win, so that's where I would go with it. We don't know if the match is certain to happen. It may end up being Cody versus Grayson with Seth in his corner. Who even knows at this point? Who even knows? Personally, I would go tag match, and I would make sure that Seth and Cody destroy Grayson Waller and Austin Theory. Q says, I'm personally a big Triple H fan. Me too. He's always been my favourite wrestler. As much as I do love Jay White, and Jay White's my favourite wrestler active, Triple H is still my guy. It was amazing meeting him for the first time, and the second time, and the third time. Busy boy. Joey says, I got a feeling we're going to get a Conor McGregor cameo in the WWE in the future. He may have some questions to answer. The WWE know what they're doing there. I did warn you ahead of time, there will be cross-promotion between WWE and UFC. And we're finally starting to see that in action. LA Knight will be joining the panel for the kickoff show. That may well be why they're doing that high package for the men's last. Next up will be our kickoff show tag team match. Io Sky is being shown behind the Kabuki Warriors. No Dakota Kai. Once again, to my knowledge, Bayley and Dakota Kai, the entirety of Damage Control, are in Australia. Joey says, I got a D&D ad. He knows what you want, mate. Knows what you want. Khalid says, I think The Rock will do another heel promo next Friday. He will. He'll be doing heel promos pretty regularly. If you didn't catch spoiler warning last night, all I will say is that there will be more of The Rock than not The Rock in the build-up to WrestleMania. Wiggly says, do you think WWE would or should make a public apology on this? On what, mate? On what? If you mean what The Rock said, they're not going to do that. That's not going to happen. Khalid has Asuka and Kairi winning. Jermaine says, do you think the Kabuki Warriors and Dakota Kai are going to turn on Bayley next Friday night? The Kabuki Warriors have already turned on Bayley. It was pointed out to me, and I'll actually, this is on Twitter, so I can say who pointed this out to me. It was pointed out to me that, thank you, Bayley, for the retweet. Appreciate that. It was pointed out to me that via Block Every Blue Check, I'm a blue check, Mega takes a twit that the hair is down for Dakota Kai. As we know, when the hair is down, we should be very, very afraid. Beware the hair. Beware the hair. Indy Hartwell has just been introduced as Australia's own. It's not a huge pop. She's not necessarily recognised as a huge star, but it's a respectable pop. She's clearly very excited. Candice LeRae has only one wing, but she looks fantastic. There is a lot of excitement right now in Indy Hartwell. The place is not full yet, not even close to full, but it's filling up. I'm pretty sure they just showed Indy Hartwell's dad. I'd imagine that was her mum next to her. Next to him. Joey says, I really hope it doesn't happen. The tag match sounds terrible. Rock and Roman. I mean, gotcha. Khalid says, I met Triple H in Manchester and London. He was a nice guy. Genuinely good experience so far. Joey says, do you think WWE would give Conor a WrestleMania or big PLE match? Conor, as in McGregor? No. Like, I'd imagine there would be cross-promotion. I don't necessarily think WrestleMania's a spot. Also says, oh wow, Indy and Candice got the old Way theme back. I did mention yesterday the Way is still in play. Big boo for the Kabuki Warriors, naturally. Personally, I would cheer. I love their work. Again, look fantastic. I just love how deadpan Kairi Sane always is. In every moment, she does not care about you and she wants you to know it. 25 likes so far. Nice round number. Let's ruin that nice round number. If you haven't hit like, please remember to do so. And Joey forgot about Dexter Lumis. So did WWE, apparently. When's the last time we saw Dexter Lumis? Genuine question. He's been the forgotten member. Yep. I mentioned it a long time ago. He doesn't fit on the main roster. He just doesn't. The Dexter Lumis character does not work on the main roster, where you have to take your gimmick a little bit more seriously. Doesn't work. He may make a choice of staying in NXT, and honestly, I feel that would be the best thing for him. Long term, that will be a good way to keep building that career. Jermaine says, I can see Dakota Kai turning on Bayley because Kabuki Warriors and Io Sky need a mouthpiece to talk for them. I've been saying that one for a while as well. The Damage Control storyline is one of those that I'm very proud of, that I've been ahead of for a while. Every step since June for the Damage Control storyline, I've accurately reported. Including the Royal Rumble winner, the Io Sky Championship cash-in, the fact that Damage Control would not break up at or before the Royal Rumble. Next up, I've already reported it, Dakota Kai turning on Bayley. That's the next up. Kelly says, I saw Braun Strowman tweet at the gym. He tweeted, the monster will be back. Promising signs right now? We're not quite there yet, but promising signs. And Marcel says, nice that I can now watch the WWE Chamber and then have a whole day to do things. Joey says, I love how SRS keeps picking up on all of your reports weeks later, like the Okada stuff and Mercedes. Not all. I'm certainly not going to say all, because that's not necessarily accurate. He does report a lot of things that I don't. But I do think there is a level of coincidence that can't really be ignored with my reports turning up on his paywall without my name being mentioned. I'm not a big deal. It's not impossible that he just isn't aware of it. However, he has openly said in tweets before that he is aware of my news. So he just chooses not to mention it. Brock versus Gunter, absolutely. The Brock versus Gunter report was September? I want to say September. And funnily enough, it started to hit the heights in January when Wrestling Inc., when Dave Meltzer, when Fightful started reporting it. Pete, this did start early here in the UK. This is a pre-show match. It was always due to have the pre-show start at 9 and the main show start at 10. Wiggly just says, yay, Asuka. Big pops for Indy Hartwell. Whenever she's getting her offense in. Nice to see. Do I see green shirt guy? No, I do not. That's weird. Awkward slam over rotation for Kyrie, but I suppose it's difficult sometimes. Bit of tag team offense. Asuka always sells a pin really well by trying to get in a little bit too late. She's genuinely a great tag team wrestler. Wasn't the best big boot, didn't get the full extension, but it's nice to take advantage of your height, and Indy Hartwell is one of the taller. When you're wrestling Kairi Sane, take advantage of your height. We will, of course, at the end of this match, be rating it. We like to rate matches here. It's a great way to just basically share our opinions, and also it really does boost the chat rate. So little things like that boosted chat rate helps also guarantee that more people join the show, and it helps guarantee me my share of that pre-show after part. So we'll see how it goes. Khalid says, definitely Dakota Kai will turn on Bayley next Friday. Since her hair is down, we know what's going to happen. Bayley says, has Rhea versus Nia been confirmed as the main event? It has not. In fact, there are clear suggestions that the men's Elimination Chamber match will be the main event instead. I can't necessarily sit here and say that I think that's the right call. It may just be that because LA Knight was joining the panel, they decided to save that for later. It may be that Triple H watches these shows and has realised that the kickoff shows give the game away a little bit. Who knows? I haven't heard any reports of any match orders. Now, what that suggests to me is that whoever leaks them has stayed behind in the US. Triple H will likely be keeping an eye out. The crowd is chanting, "We want Indy," which is fantastic for Indy Hartwell. Candice LeRae, as you might expect, is going to be the hot tag. And they are going to build up to that hot tag for a little while. Match so far is a decent pace. We want Indy again. Match at a decent pace so far. I'm quite enjoying it. We're getting there. Bit by bit, we're getting there. Candice LeRae's job right now is just to take as much heat as possible. Asuka and Kairi's job is to just stop her getting near Indy Hartwell. I'm confident Candice LeRae will be taking the pin, and I'm confident she's asked to take the pin as well. Joey says, I'm surprised Boozer hasn't posted the match order yet, since he always does. I still maintain it's very likely that Boozer Wrestling just has, for example, a Peter Insider Elite and a Fightful Select account. I think Boozer has money, not sources, basically. Sai says, the guy in green shirt guy's usual seat is sitting with his arms folded in the most self-satisfied look on his face. Enjoy it, pal. So he should. He's changed the game. He's destroyed everything. I also found it telling that if one person doesn't post the match order, nobody does. So I do think there's a lot of that in wrestling media, where people have information on the paywalls and then claim it as their own information, even though it's not. I think there's a lot of that. And as I mentioned before, I still don't believe for a second that Boozer and Zero are a different person. I don't. Because when Boozer gets heat, suddenly Zero's posting all the news. When Zero gets heat, suddenly Boozer's posting all the news. Telling for me. An attack on Indy Hartwell there. Unnecessary. But a nice bit of double team action. Lovely bit of double team from the Kabuki Warriors. They have added a lot to this division. And very, very accurate. Very, very able and capable additions to it. Jermaine says, I wonder if all three members of Damage Control are turning on Bayley who is Bayley going to have in her corner against them? She's not. Also, when you say all three members of Damage Control have already turned on Bayley. Joey also says, I think that account Viper works for Boozer. Quite possibly. Viper, to my knowledge, used to work for Zero. I think it's also possible they used to work for Ringside News, who've gone quiet recently, but probably because I blocked them. It's funny how you never actually miss wrestling news, even when you've got someone blocked. Sometimes it's just the right call. Indy Hartwell has now tagged in, and thus we're in the beginning of the end. Marcel says, we're sitting here with 15 people in the house watching on a large screen. Can get used to pay-per-view at this time. I get you. Changes everything, doesn't it? Can actually enjoy it. Match won't last more than 5 minutes. They still need to do the last bits of kickoffs, but Indy Hartwell will continue to get a nice build. Once she tags out, I'd imagine we're at the beginning of the end. Jermaine says, at least we get to experience women who know how to work a tag, for experienced women who know how to work a tag team match, which makes this match really good. Most women do know how to work the tag matches, just to be clear. Most of the women's wrestlers had to do tag matches when they were coming up on the indie scene, because it was the only way they got booked on a card. There is still not enough promotions that book women. Candice LeRae has now tagged back in. Nice little moonsault onto Asuka's knees, but a nice moonsault regardless. Kairi Sane gets involved. Indy Hartwell trying to rest on the outside. Kairi's thrown out. Indy Hartwell tagged back in. Okay, we are keeping this one going. So it's just Asuka and Indy now. Candice LeRae and Kairi Sane on the outside. Indy Hartwell just tagged in and she's already getting a beating. The crowd are into the possibility of the win. Bless them. This is definitely the right call by Triple H and WWE. They're just guaranteeing a bit more hype in that crowd, which I can only believe is the right call. If the crowd's hot going in, then it doesn't matter how predictable the show is. Oh, lovely. Oh, Kairi Sane, what a play. What a play. Absolutely perfect. Brilliant work from Kairi Sane. Really picked a moment. Unique little spot as well. That was lovely. And that should be all she wrote for this one. Caesar says, damn, I just woke up. It's okay. So far, all you've really missed is the kickoff show match. Kairi Sane, ready to finish Candice. In a double team motion. Into the pin. And that's the win for the Kabuki Warriors. A clean win due to a little bit of outside shenanigans and just intelligence. Just pure intelligence from Kairi Sane. Candice LeRae takes the pin. Indy Hartwell takes the loss. And that's upset the crowd. But not really, because they're doing thumbs downs. So it's not real upset, let's be fair. It's not like Daniel Bryan just didn't appear in a Royal Rumble. Caesar says, this is a new experience. I'll just give this show a thumbs up and share it. Thank you kindly, Caesar. If you are sharing on Twitter, for example, I will be sure to retweet. One thing I've learned about Twitter is that if you're regularly posting links, it does tank the range of your show. So I try to only post a link once and then retweet other people sharing it. Quote tweets don't tank anything. I'll post the link. If you guys can then engage with it, I will then share what you're sharing, and those tweets will go further than the actual initial link posted. It's a very, very confusing concept. The Way receive a standing ovation. Genuinely a good match. High pace. Enjoyable. Good finish. Believable. Everyone came out of it looking good. With a clean finish. I'd give that match an 8. There's no huge spots that are going to be particularly memorable. That's why it drops down a little bit for me. But the crowd was heavily into it. The pace was high. There was a lot of good tag team offense from both teams, as well as fast tags. 8 out of 10 for me. Give me your rating out of 10 for that pre-show match. Joey says, that was a quick match, felt like a dark match. Pete gives the match a 7. There are 2 matches left to iron out predictions for. Firstly, the tag team match. Judgement Day take on Pete Dunne and Tyler Bate. Judgement Day are going to win this one. Pete Dunne and Tyler Bate are not right now in a position to be tag team champions. It's just another way to get Judgement Day on the card and, help to build an armour around Rhea Ripley ready for Nia. So I gives it a 7.5, solid opener / pre-show. Mark says 8 out of 10, fans helped but really enjoyed it. And Jack gives it an 8 as well. I'm going to drink some of my cherry coke. Our Peacock commercial is Roman Reigns. So we've had Jey Uso and we've had Roman Reigns. I feel like they're trying to advertise something in particular. Couldn't tell you what it is, but I know it's there. I know it's there. Joey wants William Regal to manage Bate and Dunne. Mark says, I really want BSS to win, but I think Judgment Day will. Jonesy says, hi Tom, average match for me. Fair enough, mate. Welcome, Jonesy. Been a little while since we've seen you pop in. Damian says, you have to love Triple H and how he books these pay-per-view shows. It looks like it's only 4 matches. That means they're giving the 2 chamber matches a lot of time. Yeah, a lot of people were really a little bit concerned about Royal Rumble having only 4 matches. And I remember a lot of people telling me it's not enough, it's not enough, it's not enough. The Royal Rumbles are like an hour long. It still ran over even with only 4 matches. Royal Rumbles last, mate. They last. The Elimination Chambers are likely to be 45 minutes as well. So that 45 minutes takes about half the show. You then have all of the entrances, 2 more matches, one of which will definitely get a lot of time. And before you know it, well, a promo section, before you know it, all your time is sorted. All your time's accounted for. P says, Cherry Coke at 9.50, you rebel. Ah, rebel without a cause, you know how it goes. Goo43 says, do you think they'll build up the way enough to be in title contention in the future? One day, yes. Today, no. Ross says, 6 for that match. 4 good wrestlers. Kabuki Warriors are excellent. Jones says, nice to have a PLE on at a decent UK time. It really is. It really is. I could get used to this. And when you consider, after WrestleMania, which will be back to middle of the night, we have Paris, which is going to be a reasonable time. We have Germany, which is going to be a reasonable time. Between WrestleMania and SummerSlam, I'm not going to have to stay up until 3 a.m. at all. It's going to be great. Bailey says, solid 6 for the match. Indy still wrestles a little too stiff for a main roster performer. Fair enough. Fair enough. Jermaine gives it a 7. Jonesy says, do you see any big surprises for the show, or will it be predictable? Predictable. Triple H isn't there for the big surprises like Vince McMahon always used to be. He just wasn't there for that. The fact that our final hype packages for the men's does suggest a possibility that if there's going to be a big surprise, it'll be in the men's chamber. I'm curious as to what that might be. I don't think it's impossible that The Rock's there, let's be honest. I know they keep saying he's not, but stranger things have happened. Chris suggests the men's are going to open. I'd be down for that. I still think Rhea Ripley versus Nia Jax should be our main event. Thomas says I give it a 6 as well. Joey says I think we're going to see Logan Paul do some big spots. I agree. He's there to be the high flyer, and he will absolutely do so. Chris says this isn't AEW, that they need to fill the card up all willy-billy. Willy-billy. Jonesy says any chance Rhea match will be as violent as the Rhea versus Charlotte match from last year's Mania? Yeah, it's going to be a powerhouse match. When they've been rehearsing, it would be basically a Rhea Ripley showcase. It should feel like a bit of a Roman Reigns match, to be honest. That's the plan. Also says I think Drew is re-signed and is winning. Seth versus Drew, with Drew winning, seems to fit nicely. I've had my reports on Drew McIntyre over the last few weeks. 2 weeks ago on WTF Wrestling, I reported on the Drew McIntyre situation. If you've not checked that out, please consider doing so. WTF Wrestling is my Sunday show. Goes live at 6 p.m. UK time. That's 1 p.m. Eastern time. And it is always a deep dive in investigative journalism of wrestling in general. It's sometimes as simple as the CM Punk video, which achieved more than 60,000 views, detailing how he was using wrestling media in order to create a buzz so that the WWE would rehire him. It could also be something as intense as last week, where we looked into the Ashley Mazzaro accusations against Vince McMahon. So, WTF Wrestling, if you want to know more about wrestling, is going to be your number one option. Crush says Logan Paul will get caught in RKO. I think a lot of people are going to be RKO'd, to be honest. Mark says Gunter's late entrance wins. Gunter is a late entrance, wins, beats Seth, double champion. We all can dream. We can. We can. Chris says Gunter should drop the IC title before he moves up towards the world title. He will. And Joey says, do you think WWE will try and get Stone Cold again for Mania? They regularly are in contact with Stone Cold Steve Austin. Sometimes they ask if he's interested in coming in for a promo or something like that, and sometimes he does. More often than not, he turns them down. In the build-up of LA Knight, Steve Austin was invited to come down and basically work a promo with him. LA Knight was on screen at the time, so it's nice that you asked the question at that point. 4 minutes left until kickoff, 4 minutes left until some sort of elimination chamber. I'm very excited for it. Now is the moment where I start to get hype. It's not until it happens that I ever really get hype, but right now, now's the time. Chris says, hey Tom, it seems WrestleMania 30 is confirmed for the showcase in 2K24, but Brock's not playable outside as they revealed WrestleMania 30 Taker. They did plan to cut that out. I still think it's possible that they do. Jermaine says, if there is a surprise in the men's chamber, it's probably Bobby Lashley being excluded because of his injury angle from last night's SmackDown. If he's excluded, I'd imagine Bronson Reed would be able to step in. Bailey says, I'd like to visit Australia someday. Has anyone this morning been there? I personally have not been to Australia. It is on my list, but it's a long trek. Joe says, morning everyone. Morning Joe, nice to see you. And Jones says, much planned for the rest of your weekend and what is opening the women's chamber. Not sure at this point in time. My belief is that the women's chamber would open and that the women's championship match would main event. As for the rest of the weekend, WTF Wrestling tomorrow, and also naps. I'm getting a nap after this. I'm excited. I'm an old man now, guys. I'm an old man. Chris says we won't know until the showcase embargo lifts on Monday, but the WrestleMania 30 arena and Undertaker are there in the game. Well, it's not like they can use Bryan Danielson, is it? I mean, technically they could if they asked. They're just not going to. No, Jonesy, not at all. I just like naps. As I say, I'm getting old now. We do what we can. The usual situation is that the final hype package is the main event. And right now, the final hype package is for the men's elimination chamber. If that's the case, I would suggest Rhea Ripley versus Nia opens. Not what I would be expecting. Let's do a quote tweet on that one. The final hype package of a pre-show is always religiously the main event. The WWE Chamber pre-show is clearly suggesting that the men's Elimination Chamber match will be the main event. If we're not looking at Rhea Ripley versus Nia Jax main eventing, something big must be planned. I'm suddenly revisiting the idea that The Rock may find his way to Seth Rollins. Yeah. Who the hell are Noongar? I have no idea what just happened, but there was a lot of it. We are on the way to live. Crush says, also, my faction characters can be unlocked and used in exhibition or other modes. I genuinely don't entirely understand that. And Chris says 24 is looking great. Jonesy, no idea on that one. Genuinely not a clue. I mean, they're clearly building someone. It's not Okada, Crush. Okada signed for AEW. It's not Okada. Joey says, guess they want the men's match to main event of all the star power they have in it. They also have a lot of star power in the women's. They have a lot of star power with Rhea Ripley as well. I'm interested. I'm unconvinced. I'm unconvinced. You know? Sai says, I don't somehow see the show ending with Drew celebrating sum things up. I agree. That simply isn't how they would close the show. That is a stadium in a gorgeous place. And it's just a gorgeous building. It's actually round. You don't see a lot of round. Wembley ain't round. Feels round sometimes. Mark is excited for the possibility of The Rock. Rhea Ripley being welcomed as she arrived 10 minutes ago. Clearly not opening the show because she hasn't had time to even, shit and shower. Thomas wants a surprise to be Okada. Again, I'm confident Okada is signed to AEW. I mentioned that one a while back. Joey thinks it's Tama Tonga. Jack thinks it's Bo Dallas. Bo Dallas is still technically under WWE contract. Chris says they would release My Faction exclusive characters like Booker T from 2001 or Big Papa Pump Scott Steiner. You wouldn't be able to use them outside in the past. That's not the case anymore. Interesting. We are going through everyone who has arrived to the event, including honestly, the time that they arrived, which is interesting. It does mean we got to see Kevin Owens, once again, holding a koala. The Elimination Chamber is descending. The Women's Elimination Chamber is opening. This is what I expected. I expected the Women's Chamber to open. Based on the hype packages, this would be followed by Rhea versus Nia. Not what I'm looking for, but we'll see how it goes. Jermaine says they're usually booked in the chamber matches for a show like this, but anything's possible. Cal just says, Tom. Welcome, Cal. So good having a UK time. It absolutely is. And I'm doing well, thank you, Cal. Hope you are as well. P says, cricket on Australian rules are usually played there. Christian says, KO has a koala. And P says the floor looks empty in the stadium. They've not set up that many chairs on the actual floor level. I can't really blame them for it. Can't really blame them. It's been a while since I've heard Marilyn Manson music on WWE TV, tell you that. A long time, you might think. A long time indeed. Jonesy says, I'm surprised we didn't get a big intro video. Oh, we're getting it now. Yeah, they give you the intros for everyone first, and then you get the hype package now. It's a different situation. So they hyped the chamber, they hyped the Women's Championship. This leaves a tag match, and of course, the Men's Chamber. I think the Men's Chamber's main eventing, guys. Which tells me something is happening. I got the cold, Cal. Sorry to hear it, mate. Chris says you already know AEW fans are going to try and make remarks at them. Why does AEW have to be mentioned at all? We're not watching an AEW show. We're watching a WWE show. Chris says, I'm watching the show, but I also have a snoring dog on my bed. Good luck to you, mate. Cal says, strange choice using Manson's music with the current allegations around WWE at the moment. Yeah, well, we are where we are with that one. Crush thinks The Rock is going to replace Bobby Lashley. Well, we'll see how that goes. We'll certainly set up a long-term feud with Bobby. I'm not going to hype anything up because I don't know. But historically, certainly if you look back on Wednesday's video, I have been speaking about The Rock getting involved. There was a pitch for The Rock to get involved, to win the Elimination Chamber, and to take on Seth Rollins at WrestleMania. That would leave the option open for a championship unification. Mixed response for Liv Morgan. Mixed response. Interesting. Less mixed for Grayson Waller. He's just a happy boy. They also needed to be careful because they did just show Rhea Ripley chatting with Tiffany Stratton in the background. Kayfabe, guys. Kayfabe. Kel says, Tom, you recommended some Will Ospreay matches to me the other day. I watched some. That guy is ridiculous. I know, right? I know. AEW have got a great talent in Will Ospreay. It's a shame he didn't join WWE because I watch WWE more often, but it's only really a shame for me. I'm celebrating Corey's 40th birthday. That's cute. I agree, Crush. I reported on that previous. Michael Cole just forgot the name of the ring announcer. Also, we've randomly dropped from more than 20 people to 7 people. Not sure what happened there. Jermaine just says, whoever wins the women's chamber match. And Chris says they better not fumble Ospreay. He's truly a main event level guy. Unlikely. He knows what he's worth, and so does Bryan Danielson. Plus, if you were able to check out spoiler warning from yesterday, you would know that the creative situation in AEW is about to get a major shot in the arm. I'm watching it on the network, Cal. I still have the network purely for this purpose. It's technically a business expense. Next year, Netflix will be a business expense, and I'll be able to get tax write-offs for it. Pretty happy with it. Right, Jermaine just finished what he was trying to say. Whoever wins the women's chamber match, I have a feeling it's going to interfere in the Nia versus Ripley match. Why? My expectation is that 1, Becky will win, and that 2, she'll be on commentary and have a stare down after the match. Not because of Jennifer Pepperman, no, Crush, but Jennifer Pepperman is part of it. She was a recommendation that was received. I used to use the network for a lot, Cal, to be honest. If you're going to do a watch party, it's the ideal thing. All under one platform, Crush. All under one platform. Honestly, I'm hyped up for it. It'll make my life much easier. Much easier. And it'll mean when I'm eventually able to go full time and do all the watch parties, it's not even difficult. It's all there. Ready. Under one roof. Ready to go. Ready to go. Oh. I used to sing that for Samoa Joe. So it's I'm ready for Joe. Joey, oh. Chris says Bianca once again has great gear. Bianca makes all of her own gear. All of her own gear. And it shows. Carl says, is it going to be live on Netflix next year? Yes, it is. Netflix are looking to make appointment viewing a thing again. And a huge part of that is making sure that you have a reason to tune in at the same times, week in, week out. Raw and SmackDown's return, just more of the same. Bianca Belair's in the ring. Raquel Rodriguez is in next. She has a back, and she's very proud of it. I don't know what else to say, really. She has a back. She's very proud of it. So that's what I got. You know? That's what I got. I'm just checking the YouTube stats now. It's past 10 o'clock. I've had a short that's been doing very, very well. Very well. There's a short I posted yesterday which is now to 4,392 views. Which is nice. Very nice. Yesterday's stats after the cut-off, 3,988 views. Second only to the 29th of January, which was 4,588. Got 10 subscribers yesterday. Mostly from that short. Mostly from that short. Not a bad life, is it? It's not a bad life. I've already got 2 more today. Already got 2 more. Let's pop it back to 2024 and see how we're doing. 198 subscribers so far this year, with the 2 so far already picked up today. That takes us to 200. Also 87,828 views. Life's good, guys. I feel I should say that again. Life's good. Tiffany Stratton now on the way down to the ring as well. This is a huge opportunity for her. It must be a bit of a shell shock to go from wrestling in NXT to wrestling in the Royal Rumble in front of all those fans to wrestling in Australia in front of all of these fans. It's busy, guys. It is busy. I'm trying to work out my lighting because my lighting is not good right now. And I don't know why. I think it's the light coming through from this. So I have to use less light for more light. Trying to work it out. Crush says, I think WWE will be wildly successful on Netflix. I wholeheartedly agree. As long as they get viewership of even just 1 million, Netflix are thrilled by that. Absolutely thrilled. And Netflix will be constantly advertising because you'll be watching Netflix and you'll get pop-ups. If you regularly watch WWE programming, and if it's on your watch list, you'll get a pop-up whenever you watch anything else. Guess what's gone live? Raw. That's the intention, to make it the one and only. Nobody I'd rather be. Gal says WWE must be getting a nice pay package there. Billions. Billions. Crush is excited for Tiffany. Cal says, Tom, did you see Triple H won Booker of the Year? I hate autocorrect. I see that you retracted a message. I can't see what the message is. But I did. And honestly, I feel like he deserves it. I do. Liv Morgan, who is not the Queen of Extreme because that's copyright, is now making her entrance, and it's still a mixed response for Liv Morgan. Liv Morgan isn't an impossibility to win this, but the chances are about 1 in a million. I do think the end result here is a renewal of the tag team. Liv Morgan and Raquel Rodriguez. Jax says, can tell Raquel Rodriguez still is not 100%. Her face looks like it's still swelling. It is still swelling. She is struggling a little bit. Liv Morgan is also still a little bit injured. She just blew a little kiss to Raquel, which I like. She's also still injured. So it's important, very important you might say, that they can be in a tag team and protect each other. That leaves us with Becky Lynch and Naomi to start the match. Liv Morgan looks really emotional. I haven't seen her look that emotional since Money in the Bank. Naomi's new entrance caught a few people off guard there. Jermaine says, Tom, there's a possibility we can get Will Ospreay versus Switchblade, but only in AEW. Yes. There is every possibility of that happening. I'm sure one day, soon, that is exactly what we'll see. Because Will Ospreay is going to be a face. Cal says, yeah man, Triple H deserves so much of the credit. Chris says, they'll be in the tag team match at WrestleMania, but after Liv turns heel. That is exactly what I expect. Yes. Makes the most sense, you know? Liv Morgan turning on Raquel Rodriguez opens up a lot of options. Just a lot of options. And one of those options is Bayley. Bayley still has to get through Dakota Kai, Asuka, Kairi Sane, but long term, you also need a bit of variation. My expectation is that Bayley may be challenged by Dakota Kai this time next year. I don't think it'll be a championship match at that point, but I do think Bayley versus Dakota Kai is a WrestleMania match in the near future. Now, of course, for Rhea Ripley, I'm seeing Bianca Belair, but that would mean one horsewoman booked for WrestleMania so far. We kind of got a rave, but not really. Australia has gone loud for the man. And there's your star power. The absolute cream of the crop. Honestly, if she doesn't win, it's a travesty. Carl says, if Mustafa Ali being in TNA, could we see Ali versus Ospreay at a Forbidden Door pay-per-view? Yes. Jermaine says, I wonder how they're going to book Naomi for this match. I'm not sure. I think she's going to get a good showcase, but I don't see her coming out looking particularly well. Also, as regards to Mustafa Ali, he's not solely in TNA. He can go wherever he wants. That includes AEW. Doesn't have to be Forbidden Door. There's no Forbidden Door that needs to open. He can do what he wants. Carl says, question, if Kofi Kingston... Is Kofi Kingston the most successful runner-up in the chamber ever? I believe, actually, Triple H is the most successful runner-up. Nice little 3D effect there, showing screens of each individual competitor in the pods. I liked that. I very much liked that. Becky Lynch very much concentrating. There's a lot of focus on that face. Blue says Becky easily the biggest pop. And says if Naomi pins Bianca, that would be pretty big. Someone's got to do it. I do think it'll come down to Becky and Bianca. They are the only real logical choices. And Becky beating Bianca in that element makes sense. Well, Becky starting the match had given her a few odds to overcome. Now, I expected Liv Morgan and Raquel to be in the pods, primarily because of the injuries that I've mentioned, and it just gives them a little more time to rest. Liv Morgan's just waving at people. She's such a pure soul. I can't wait for her to stab someone in the back. I expected Becky and Bianca to open the match. The fact that they didn't tells me that they're going to have a big section a bit later on. They do lean on chemistry here, so there will be a Becky and Tiffany segment. There's automatic chemistry there. But most of the chemistry revolves around Becky. Becky has experience with Tiffany. Becky has experience with Bianca. Becky has experience with Naomi. Becky has experience with Liv Morgan. Nobody else in this match actually has experience with each other, apart from Liv Morgan tagging with Raquel Rodriguez. Becky's going to be relied on pretty heavily here. She is the ring general. Cal says, do you think they will use Everton's new ground once it's open? Surely they would, or AEW. That's not how they work it out. When it comes to UK shows, it comes down to the highest bidder. There's a reason it hasn't happened in London yet. Sadiq Khan has not basically allowed it to happen in London just yet. WWE really want to get Wembley under their belts. That hasn't happened yet either. AEW paid for the privilege of Wembley. WWE want to be paid for the privilege of Wembley. That's the big difference here. So the reasons they've been where they've been so far is essentially highest bidder. Which local council is willing to give them the most money? Birmingham certainly ain't going to be there. Blaze says, I think Bianca goes earlier than that. I also expect Liv or Raquel to eliminate the other. Possibly, I wouldn't go that far just yet. I do think with the likely being in a tag team match for WrestleMania, they will try and protect them a little bit. Chris says Liv Morgan is going to be on absolute snake run. I really hope so. Cal says, question Tom, who do you think is the GOAT of women's wrestling? Greatest of all time right now is probably Becky Lynch. Give it another 2 years, it'll be Rhea Ripley, and it'll be Rhea Ripley for the rest of time. When's the last time we saw her putting the foot down spot? They're killing time here. I think they know Becky's going to be having to do most of the work. So they're not trying to exhaust her too early. Gal says, crazy because WWE would easily sell Wembley out. Doesn't matter. Does not matter. AEW made a lot of money from Wembley, but they had to pay to use Wembley. If WWE paid $10 million and also get all the money from selling out Wembley, very different situation. Let's do another tweet, shall we? So, I'll do exactly what I've just done. Becky Lynch has chemistry with everyone in this chamber match. Tiffany, Naomi, Bianca, Raquel, Liv. The only one she hasn't worked with directly is Raquel. The same cannot be said of any other person in this match, other than maybe Liv and Raquel due to their tag team days. They will be relying heavily on Becky Lynch for this one. Bailey says, did Perth outbid Melbourne and Sydney? Possibly. It's more likely that the Australian government chose Perth because of the stadium in question and then made their bid accordingly. Over here in the UK, cities basically work against each other. Not always the case in other countries. Carl says, watching Elimination Chamber in my Bloodline hoodie is a vibe. Naomi dropping a split on Becky. Some good moments happening for Naomi here. She is being shown in her best light. Becky doing her some favours to make sure she looks strong. I don't feel that Naomi will come out of this looking amazing, so this section is pretty important. Double crossbody, that usually happens right before we have a pod open, and look, a pod is opening. So let's see who's next. I'd lean towards Tiffany. They've added the 2K24 ratings to them. That's awkward. It is Tiffany Stratton. Good spot for her. I do think it's possible we get a Naomi-Tiffany match. They're looking at different options for Naomi going forwards. But mostly, this is about Tiffany and Becky Lynch. Once again, chemistry. This also is a pure platform for Tiffany to show off right now. And that's exactly what she's doing. Exactly what she's doing. Blue says Tiffany is already a star. She's making a great start. I wouldn't say she's already a star to the level of pretty much anyone else in this match. But she's doing good. Ravens Nation says, who do you have in this match? I think, honestly, Becky Lynch is going to win. I think it has to be Becky Lynch. I know it's predictable, but outside of Becky Lynch, I don't feel anyone else is genuinely a competitor. It has to be Becky Lynch. Carl says, Tom, you reported it weeks ago, but it looks like Brock's getting taken out of the WWE game. He is, yes. We had a little additional report during yesterday's spoiler warning as well, for anyone who missed it. Liv Morgan's really enjoying being in a pod and watching wrestling. She's just really enjoying that. Megan Welcome says, this is an interesting test for Tiffany. It's only her 5th main roster match. So far, she's absolutely showing off. But I think a lot of it in a match like this depends on who you're working with as well. She's going to be relying heavily on Becky Lynch to make sure that everything goes as it should. Nicely done. Very nicely done by Naomi and in fact Becky Lynch, manoeuvring herself and Tiffany into position to get the crossbody. They didn't just stand around waiting. They got that crossbody in nice and quick. I like that. Megan, how was balloons? Crush says 2K marketing being integrated with WWE programming is a huge part of why the move to March releases is best for business. I agree with that, and I think in general this is a hot period, for WWE. I also don't think it hurts anyone. Like, they were just showing, oh, these people are in these pods, and by the way, here's some extra information. It's integrated marketing. It's nice. Cal says, and thank you for this, to be honest, I only believe you with wrestling news. I appreciate that. I try my best to be as effective as possible, and I'm on a very, very good run. Very good run. Blue says her reactions on the main roster so far would probably put her over everyone but Becky, Bianca and Liv. Early days, of course, but the fans dig her. Rhea Ripley? Bailey? A lot more people there, mate. Okay, Tiffany Stratton is seriously showing off at this point. I know that was brief, but it was there. Not only that, but she's adaptable to it. That was clever. Oh. I thought she was trying to land on, but then immediately afterwards it looks like she's going for a moonsault. And Becky says no. Ah, nice. That's clever. To be fair, Crush, Liv Morgan is getting a confused pop at the moment. People aren't sure whether to cheer her or boo her because there's definitely some heel elements to her. So there's a lot going on there. Crush also says, I'm disgusted by how many people I've seen crying about Brock's removal. Yeah, you learn a lot about people, don't you? You learn a lot about people. I would suggest that in order it will be Bianca, Liv, and then Raquel next. That just makes the most sense to me personally, considering returns from injury. Megan says, balloons were lovely. Thank you. It's just on Twitter, though. It is just on Twitter. Blue says, Tom and Thurston are the ones I trust. Brandon Thurston is beyond repute for me. Absolutely beyond repute. We have a lot of people down. And we have another pod about to open. Once again, I'm leaning towards Bianca here. Gotcha, Blue. Gotcha. Let's see who we've got. It is Liv Morgan. Megan says, I'm surprised Liv didn't start. She's had the most time in the chamber out of all of them. Liv Morgan is still not 100% after her injury. It's why she returned late in the Royal Rumble, and it's why she's being moderately protected here. The only person who seems to have very little interest in protecting Liv Morgan is Liv Morgan herself. She's going to do silly things here. We are seeing a lot of violence from Liv Morgan right now. That ain't going nowhere. She has sort of found her groove a lot more recently, and the additional violence will be good for her. That intensity is positive. Is she going to do a kip up? She did a kip up. Jesus. Okay. This is a new Liv Morgan. Guys, I think we've got main event Liv Morgan. I think main event Liv Morgan has arrived. Thank you, Cal. I appreciate that. Jermaine says, what are the WrestleMania plans for Bianca and Naomi? Still not finalised. There is a possibility of them facing each other, though. But Jade Cargill versus Nia Jax might not be on the card in the end, so there's a few things still to work out. Code breaker from Liv on Becky. Can't imagine if that pin had gone through. Blue says, I got in an argument over Brock on Twitter. While I know he hasn't been charged or anything, it's crazy to take the accusations and assume he's immune to the blowback. No, I absolutely agree. And as I mentioned in spoiler warning, Brock is aware of the situation and okay with being removed from the game. Andrew says, really good start to the Chamber pay-per-view so far. I agree. This has been fantastic so far. They've made all the right choices and the camera work is much improved. It's a bit more gritty, as it were, but also it's not missing things, which it does a lot recently. Caesar says, I cannot wait to see a solo Sikoran-sounded Elimination Chamber match one day. That is a really good shout. That would be fun. That suplex is more of just a fall, and Tiffany is hurting, and Tiffany's about to hurt a lot more. Becky Lynch always very inventive. Bailey says, when does a talent get time to work out in the chamber? Practice, if you will. They don't necessarily get time to work out in the chamber. What they get is a ring with an extra padding on the outside. So the actual outside, the chains and such, are not there. And there's no roof. So they don't get that. But they do get extra platforms to the side. Tiffany Stratton has a very red shoulder. Liv Morgan has spotted Naomi, jumped back up. That took a bit too long, but still in general was a good moment. And Naomi has been pinned by Tiffany Stratton. She looked good. She didn't look great. Naomi versus Tiffany Stratton might be coming sooner than you might think. Chris says Liv Morgan is about to prove why she's the actual Queen of Extreme even without the trademark. She's not the Queen of Extreme because the trademark does exist. Gal says Tom called me weird, but I collect figures, usually for just my own use. Got Eminem and Paul London and Brian Kendrick. I'm so happy. Hey, if things make you happy, you enjoy them. You go nuts. Naomi is out. We are down to 5. Raquel Rodriguez is next in. Now Raquel and Liv have been a tag team in the past. This is an opportunity for the two of them to work together, likely to eliminate Tiffany Stratton. That then leaves us with Bianca Belair and Becky Lynch against Raquel and Liv, which I just think is a very exciting prospect. Liv Morgan at the moment staying down while Raquel works with Tiffany. Blue says these ladies are showing out. Great stuff. Chris says people act like 2K have a choice when it's WWE straight up telling them to do it. Yes and no. Yes and no. Megan says for being the new girl, Tiffany is holding her own really well. That extra time at NXT has paid off. I agree. She looks like she belongs so far. No screwing up. Decent pace. And gelling really well with everyone. Tiffany trying to take down Raquel there. It's not working. She had to protect her head there. She's about to be thrown. Yep, she's protecting her head. She's about to be thrown to the chains. That's got to genuinely hurt. Just genuinely hurt. Carl says Liv looks smooth with her moves here with a bit of chaos. Blue says Tiffany versus Bianca or Naomi at Mania. I'm leaning towards Naomi now. Maybe Jade Cargill doesn't get the match and maybe it's Bianca versus Nia. There with me 1 sec. Liv Morgan not interested in the tag team there. Not clever. But again, I do feel like we're seeing main event Liv at the moment. Crush, you might not have, but that does not matter. The trademark is in place for a reason. Doesn't matter. Cal says, Tom, have you seen that TikTok going around about 11 or 12 years ago of Cody saying, in 12 years you'll see me as WWE Champion, main eventing WrestleMania. I love how wrestling works. Might genuinely be the reason he lost last year. Says, are you doing anything for the final tomorrow? Yeah, I'm going to watch it. Blue says, I really like that we might get multiple non-title singles matches for the women at Mania. We may well do. Raquel now taking a beating, Liv Morgan helping out of it. Everyone against Raquel. They're going to protect her. This seems like it might be the way. They're all pinning. Still kicks out. We're getting a Braun Strowman moment for Raquel Rodriguez. I do think we're going to get 4. Outside of that, likely situation will be, for me at least, the likely situation will be 2 championship matches and 2 non-championship matches, plus 1 women's tag team match. So to be fair, I'm seeing 5 matches. It was gonna be Bianca and Charlotte on one side, and on the Raw side, it's hard to say. Nia Jax and Jade was what I was leaning. Main event Liv Morgan. Responding to you, Eric, quote tweeting you, main event Liv Morgan has showed up at WWE Chamber tonight, and then in brackets, this morning. Now we have Tiffany and Bianca with a little bit of heat behind it. After the presser, as they've just phrased it. Looks like that might be where they're headed. It's a big opportunity for Tiffany Stratton, I tell you that. Well deserved, of course. Big opportunity, though. Bianca in last, and she is just showing off right now, just throwing everyone around. It's like when someone enters a Royal Rumble. Bianca showing off. When someone enters the Royal Rumble and everyone in the ring gives them an opportunity to basically hit me. Hit me with your hardest thing. Do it. Tiffany pulling the hair. That's a heel move. You're about to get whipped. By the way, as a rule, if you pull the hair, it means you're asking for it. Good power as well, because that spinebuster was not looking good. Bianca made it work. Standing moonsault? They're trying to go as the Raquel and Bianca stare down. I don't think the fans are going to buy that one. Yeah, they're not. Bailey says Michael Cole's travel schedule is insane. He'll go from Saturday night in Perth straight to Monday Night Raw. True, but he no longer has to do SmackDown, so... teamwork, you know? Blue says Bianca coming in last and losing feels a bit weird. Less protective than usual. Bianca Belair is a little less protected than usual. The protected one at the moment is still very much Becky, because Rhea. Raquel bodying Bianca there. Which is not easy. What were you trying to do there? You trying to do a suplex into a cage? Like, that doesn't work. Lovely smooth DDT though. Reversal from Bianca, trying to get Raquel in to give her the pin. And that's a no. She steadied herself too quickly. Chris says Bianca is busting her ass, so is CM Punk. They'll both be back sooner than anticipated. Creative plans will determine when Punk is back. I expect to see him for SummerSlam. For Charlotte, it's harder to say, because creative plans won't make that one happen. If Charlotte's available, Charlotte will be used. Tiffany back in play. Liv Morgan's still very much a wild card here. Everyone's in, but when it comes to next elimination, it's hard to see. Raquel or Tiffany logically will be next. I'd lean towards Tiffany, but it depends how it goes. Tiffany's just spotted Liv Morgan. Liv wants to jump off the top as well. The camera work is very good. They're hiding what people are doing. Just sat on Raquel. Lovely. Absolutely lovely. Becky and Tiffany both up top, looking for someone to dive on, and then realising that they're both there. Liv Morgan selling pretty hard. So I'd imagine there was supposed to be a spot where they jumped on Liv Morgan, and they called an audible here because of the sell. They're making it work. They're making it work. Maybe someone was supposed to be thrown on Liv? I'm not sure there. Is Liv ready now? Really good pop right now for Tiffany Stratton. She's waiting for an opportunity to dive on someone. You've got Bianca, you've got Raquel, you've got Becky. That's the choice. Lovely. Absolutely lovely stuff. And we just have a collection of bodies being checked on by a referee. Lovely stuff. Where was I? Cal says, Tom, have you noticed wrestling is becoming bigger than ever recently? Go down to the pub and there's people talking about Cody Rhodes and Roman Reigns. WWE know what they're doing. This is a fantastic time for wrestling. We don't have the regular live viewers. That's true. But that doesn't mean everything. Doesn't mean everything. Chris says, I think Tiffany might actually eliminate Bianca. That would be a huge moment for her. Cal says, weirdest WWE run, what are you saying? I'm saying Kevin Nash's 2011 run. What a strange couple of months. Anything involving gobbledygooker. Let's be fair. We have Liv and Tiffany, the only ones left standing. This might be the moment for Tiffany, guys. Nope, Liv's having none of it. That's the finish. Tiffany Stratton takes the pin. Liv Morgan eliminates Tiffany Stratton. Tiffany Stratton second out. That heel turn coming, guys. That heel turn is coming. Blue says, I like Raquel, but I feel like her gimmick of smiling Hoss hasn't done her any favour with the fans. She should go heel with Liv or be the one to turn, in my opinion. Well, I mean, that happened with Rhea Ripley, didn't it? Chris says CM Punk will be in Berlin to confront Drew. Yep, that's exactly what I expect. Cal says, have you seen the video of Tyson Kidd talking about his neck injury? If he lands a bad way, he could be paralysed. I've seen a number of videos of it, but yeah, that's information I've known for a while. Raquel showing off, and that's a really good sell from Bianca going into standing position. Raquel's getting the Kane treatment. She's suddenly looking incredibly dominant because she's about to be eliminated. I do love that elbow she does. I do love that. Becky trying to get it down. She's got her. Is Tiffany going to tap? Not Tiffany. Is Raquel going to tap? Liv could save her. I just don't think she will. Oh no, she's powering out of it. She's saving herself. Oh, classic armbar. It's a good little combination. Blue says, do you think Gunter has a real shot of winning a world title at the Berlin PLE? Maybe. I find it unlikely. I think unfortunately Drew McIntyre has made sure that doesn't happen because he wants a championship instead. Oh. I thought Liv was going for a finish there. Oh no, is she? Oh wow. That was just well played overall. Oh, Bianca opportunist. Gets her over. That should be that. Raquel Rodriguez had the Kane treatment. Looked fantastic, took the loss. Blue says, if Tiffany pins Bianca or sets her up to be pinned, I feel like we'll definitely know. Well, I mean, it may be Liv versus Tiffany at this point. Laura and Welcome says, Naomi first one eliminated. WTF, someone's got to go first. Morning, everyone. Interesting, Crush. Nice to hear. Blue says Tiffany's becoming a proper star here. Only Becky's been more over during this match. I think a lot of people are looking good. Liv Morgan in particular as well looks fantastic, I've got to say. Bailey says strong performance by Tiffany. Blue saying Liv got booed for pinning Tiffany. She's over. Cal says what a performance from Tiffany. Cal also said Bobby Roode cleared to compete, yet he enjoys his producer role. Yep, it's been the case for a while. He's not very interested in wrestling anymore, to be honest. And there's no real plan for him to be involved. Crush thinks Gunter will be world champion by Mania 41. Again, that kind of depends on Drew McIntyre. We are down to 3, and it's a 3 that will surprise no one. Liv Morgan, Bianca Belair, and Becky Lynch. Legitimately, any of these 3 have good reason to go against Rhea Ripley and would provide a good match against Rhea Ripley. Any of these 3. Blue says Becky versus Liv for the final 2. Liv is very heelish here. She is, and I do think that makes sense. Yes, Cal, it's Finn who will be having his contract expire soon if he doesn't sign a new deal. Going for the KOD, but Becky's not letting her take it. We have nearly reached the hour. Liv Morgan's still very much involved in this. At no point has she looked anything less than 100% competitive. Oh, I know what she was going for. It did not happen. Oh, that's gotta hurt. That's really gotta hurt. Liv Morgan thought she was braced. She wasn't. I think she was already hurt from the first thing, to be honest. Chris said, do you think Damian Priest will fail his cash-in? No. I think the heist of the century is going to be heist of the century. I've said this for about half a year now. I think Damian Priest cashes in at WrestleMania to join a Seth Rollins versus Drew McIntyre championship match and win the belt. However, if the main event here in Australia is the men's Elimination Chamber, I don't know what I believe anymore. Belair did most of the work for that one. Chris says, what does Seth do after Mania? Take a break. He needs to sign a new deal, and he hasn't done so yet. Likely he'll take a little bit of a break, spend some time with his family, and chill out. Becky is also likely to do the same. Cal thinks Judgment Day will end very soon, and Crush wouldn't be surprised if Finn left. Cal says, who do you think is the men's GOAT of WWE? Greatest of all time? Like of all time? Triple H has always been my guy. Hard to say, Blue. Usually when it comes to the main event is whatever the final hype package was on the pre-show. The final hype package on the pre-show was the men's chamber match. So I don't know. Really don't know. Cal suggests Kurt Angle. Andrew says the Chamber is the most destructible pay-per-view ever, plus it gets fans like us always excited. It is very destructible, it's a good show. There's lots to break in there, while still being in there. Hell in a Cell, for example, once you break it, you're out. Changes everything. Liv Morgan taking an opportunity to rescue Becky and go for a powerbomb does not succeed. She just literally beating her ass. She literally just punching her in the bum. I think Bianca's going to do a moonsault here. Oh no, Oblivion. Oh no, she's getting that powerbomb. That powerbomb is happening. Good cover. Bianca's not feeling comfortable there. Becky's gone up. There's always something happening in the background. That's what I love about matches like this. There's always something happening in the background. It's not like the triple threat matches where you have a singles match and then another guy on the outside. There's always something happening in the background. Bailey says, any chance of Damian cashing an Elimination Chamber in a Damian Drew WrestleMania match? No. Blue says, if the main event is the men's Elimination Chamber, does that mean The Rock is going to show up and steal it? Doesn't mean that for certain. Certainly if it's the men's, I think something's up. And Megan says, men's chamber would be a good shout. I put tag titles on next. Waller segment in the middle. Rhea versus Nia. Then men's chamber to close. If that's the plan, that's how I can see it going. Honestly, I'd be upset by that. I think Rhea versus Nia makes the most sense. Carl says, did you see UFC star Michael Chandler cutting a promo on Conor McGregor? He worked that. Yeah, I did. That was the plan. Oh. Oh. A lot happened there. A lot happened in a very short space of time. This is definitely the right thing to replay, because just... Okay, that was perfect. That was perfect. I thought Bianca landed with her knees on Becky, but my angle wasn't perfect. Oh, sunset. That is lovely. How beautiful that is. That's an amazing shot. Ah, the camera work. I reported a few weeks ago, with Kevin Dunn gone, the cinematographers were absolutely thrilled. They were really excited. You can see why. Interesting from Liv Morgan. I think Bianca's about to go out. Blue says CM Punk pulls a Cena at Royal Rumble 08. We find out he's Wolverine's son. Liv Morgan just refusing to go down here. All momentum. Oh. Bianca moonsaults out of a manhandle slam. Goes for a KOD. She's got the pace. She's... Oh, no. Liv, I think... She got it. She got it. Liv Morgan takes it. That's the finish. That was a hell of a finish. Hell of a finish. The pace of it. Both Liv and Bianca heavily protected in that finish. Heavily protected. Damn. Amazing match. No mistakes. Perfect. Brilliant. Yes, Cal will be doing a WrestleMania watch party. Pete says, what a match. Blue says the presentation is so much better without Dunn. And says, I was technically right, Becky and Liv to finish. You were. So I says, enjoyed that. 8 out of 10, right winner, and kept the main people strong. I'm going to give that a 9.5. I loved that. I would watch that again in a heartbeat. Liv Morgan looked incredible throughout the match. Raquel had great moments. Tiffany Stratton had a bit of a star making. The only one who didn't come out looking fantastic was Naomi, but she still looked good. Bianca was still reacting to the pin on her when Becky won the match. That was such a fast finish. It also means that anyone who potentially wasn't happy that Becky would be winning, anyone who wasn't happy with that as a prospect, didn't have the chance to change their mind and side with Liv. It also means that Liv Morgan doesn't leave as a heel. She's still technically a face. That is so clever. So clever. Now, of course, as we know, we could still get Nia Jax versus Becky Lynch. We're not going to, but we could. Fantastic finish to the Women's Elimination Chamber match. Everyone came out of that stronger. Tiffany showed out like a star. But Liv Morgan, for me, really stood out. Oh God, what's Liv Morgan's actual Twitter? Oh, I need to find out what Liv Morgan's actual Twitter is. Bear with. I know sometimes it's annoying when I have to do tweets and stuff, but we are where we are. The lack of blue ticks is really bad. Of course it is. You only live once. Once came back to the company at the absolute top level. Becky versus Rhea will be an amazing match. Now guys, if you recall, just to pat myself on the back a little bit here, June is when I reported Becky Lynch versus Rhea Ripley. June. Just wanted to throw that one out there. What do we got? So, how do we rate that match out of 10? I've given it a 9.5. Let's see your ratings in the chat. Blue says, I really like the finish, made them all look good, and Becky earned it. Sai saying, let the Twitter backlash begin. They don't pay attention to Twitter for a reason. The Peacock commercial that we're getting is for Bayley. I like that. They're really putting her over. Blue gives it a 9.5. Pete gives it a 10. Chris says that was a good finish. Can't take your eyes off the man for a second. Megan says that was a very quick finish. Hope it was intentional and we don't find out later about it. Pardon me, injuries. The fact that we're about an hour in suggests to me that was the intended finish. Sorry guys, bit of a heartburn. Bailey says, great finish, now time for Becky to put over Rhea even more. I suspect that is indeed the plan. Andrew says, the camera work is fantastic. You called it, Tom. Best journal ever. You said, predicted Becky, Tom. Also, I've literally got the chamber on my PS5 while I have your video on my phone right now. So, that's kind of what I aim for now. I've been doing my research and seeing how people watch the watch parties and spoiler warning. It's almost always on their TV or on their phone. This is a podcast. You know? People are watching the show while this is happening. People are doing other things while doing spoiler warning. I've had people doing their grocery shopping. I've had people driving. Spoiler warning is just something they have on in the background. So I don't need to be too physically entertaining. I mean, if you look at the ridiculousness that is my face, I am physically entertaining because what the hell is this? But in general, I love it. Absolutely love it. Temple Play says, finally a PLE I can watch instead of being at 1 a.m. If you're from the UK, you'll know my pain. How's it going, Tom? Brilliant finish to that chamber. Going well, Temple Plays. A brilliant finish indeed. And as someone from the UK, I know your pain. Megan says, Mami versus a man. Sean is here. Welcome, mate. Says, really fun match. Liv should not have stayed in that long. Tiffany stood out. She looked great. You only live once is her Twitter. Yeah, eventually I just had to look it up and give up. Jack gives it a 9. Sean says, appreciate you, Tom. Give it a 9. Crush gives it a 9 out of 10. Would like to see Naomi get more spotlight. Fair. Blue says, if Becky's book tour, is there no shot she beats Rhea at Mania? There is always a shot. She is likely to take a break after WrestleMania, as I previously reported. Joey says, that was really good. Tiffany looked like the best out there. Bailey gives it a 9. Chris says, Rhea will keep that title for the foreseeable future. My expectation remains. My expectation very much remains that what we're going to see this time next year is a build to Bianca Belair versus Rhea Ripley. Megan says 9. Everyone got a chance to shine. Little teases of many options was well done. Yeah, absolutely. Tiffany versus Naomi, for example. Liv versus Bianca were all teased there. Joey says we're getting the tag match next. I don't know. Based on the pre-show, next up would be Rhea Ripley versus Nia Jax. Crush keeps getting WWE 2K24 commercials. Ed just finished cooking. Welcome, mate. So did the women. Sean says, I appreciate you, Tom. Nick should have been on with you, but I still love him too. Yeah, we talked about it, but I don't actually think he'll be awake. I genuinely don't think he'll be awake. We talked about it in Nick and Tom's. Sean, I have some bad news for you. You're a regular watcher, and in fact, you have appeared on Nick and Tom's Intercontinental Adventure. If you don't already know, Nick and Tom's Intercontinental Adventure is coming to an end. The show before WrestleMania will be my final show. I'm leaving PW Torch. Nick, I don't know. Obviously, it's our show, so he may well choose to do something with someone else under a different name. But for us, it's wrapping up. Blue says, yeah, Tom, that's why the VOD is so great. If I miss the show, I can listen while I work out or clean. Yeah, a lot of people are doing that right now. A lot of people are doing catch-ups for spoiler warning. There's times when I get like 2,000 extra views because of that. It's a wonderful thing. We're getting some more advertisement for Australia at the moment. Oh, what a shot. The river is on fire. The river is on fire. Tag Team Championship match is indeed up next. Temple says, whoever booked that chamber finish needs a pat on the back. I give that a 9.5. My expectation would be that the chamber match will have been booked by both Tyson Kidd and Jason Jordan. Chris said Bronson just confirmed his wife gave birth. Cool. Congratulations to him. Cal gives it a 10 out of 10. Fast-paced, fun match. Everyone had an importance in the match. Andrew says rating is 9.5 for that first match. Chris says Bianca Belair dethrones Rhea Ripley. That's what I'm seeing personally. Joey says Bronson Reed confirmed on Twitter he was supposed to be the chamber, but his wife gave birth early. Funny because he also said that's not the case. Crush is definitely a river. There was city on both sides. That's a river. Jermaine says if Rhea Ripley wins today, then she's not losing that title until after WrestleMania, which means we could still get Liv Morgan versus Rhea Ripley at WrestleMania for the title. One day, yes. Not for at least a year. Ed says match 8.5 out of 10. Tiffany's new music 2 out of 10. John says Rhea definitely has to beat Becky to put her over super strong, and I do believe that to be the plan. Jermaine says I don't see Becky beating Rhea Ripley for the title at WrestleMania. Nor do I. Chris says Australia is so beautiful, and there's plenty of evidence of that. They are really choosing their camera angles brilliantly here. Jermaine says I give it an 8.5 because Naomi could have looked a little bit stronger. Sean says, that is very sad, but you guys did a great job together, had a fun chemistry. I'll try and watch you when I can. Appreciate that, Sean. Nick will still be making appearances on this channel. Nick and I are friends, and we will still be spending time together and talking wrestling. There may be some new incarnation of a show that maybe isn't every week. We'll see how it goes. But it's one of those. We'll see what happens there. We've done 3 years of Nick and Tom's Intercontinental Adventure. We had our 3-year anniversary last month. I feel it's time for something else. Blue says, after this, do you think it's the Waller show? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Also says, Bronson broke kayfabe after keeping it. That's a pro wrestler. Fair play. Judgement Day getting some love already. Naturally, Judgement Day house Rhea Ripley, so Australia don't care. But Rhea Ripley will not come down with Judgment Day today. I can't imagine. That is a hell of a 3D graphic. Rhea Ripley will not be coming down with Judgment Day today because that's not the Rhea Ripley that we're seeing. We're not seeing Judgment Day Rhea Ripley. We're seeing Champion Rhea Ripley. As I mentioned before, they are two completely different people. Oh, they just mentioned R-Truth. He went to Austria. He wasn't ready. He wasn't ready. He very much wasn't ready. We might not get to see Finn Balor for much longer in the WWE. Damian Priest, however, there are big plans for. He ain't going nowhere fast. I want to say a thank you to the 2 new subscribers that I've picked up since last checking. I imagine a lot of that had to do with the short that's just gone real viral. It's about to reach 5,000 views, that short. So, if that keeps up, we will reach our 100,000, our first 100,000 of the year, today. Naturally, the target is, as I've mentioned, to reach 1 million views this year. 1 million views. Not only is it feasible, it's also increasingly likely. Right now we have 87,828 plus whatever's happened in the last hour, so plus 803. Nice place to be, lots of 8s, lots of 8s. Just catching up. Chris says Australia loves Mammy. They love their Mammy and they know what side their bread is buttered. Cal says it's looking likely that Aleister Black will return to WWE. I wonder who will enter a rivalry with. We're too far ahead of it for that, really. Chris says I'm ready for them to ditch those coloured titles. They should have made new titles a long time ago. If you listen to Zero News or Boozer Wrestling, they brought in new championships 5 times already. Temple says Tiffany Stratton versus Bianca Belair at WrestleMania with the title on the line in like 2 years from now interests me. Now, he does say interrogates me, but I imagine you're supposed to say interests there. Chris says, is Finn unhappy? No. To my understanding, he's just a bit bored. I can't blame him. Megan says that graphic works so well with the skyline shot. Kudos to the art department and vision mixers putting that together. Blue says Triple H has done a good job making almost all the titles on the main roster feel important, the exception, the women's tags. He's working on those. He's working on them. Callie says, morning, Tom. Morning, Callie. Nice to see you. And Blue says, is Mania your period, Tom? And if so, will Mercedes' debut make it even bigger? No worries. It is the biggest period. SummerSlam's pretty good, but overall, the build between Royal Rumble and WrestleMania is always the busiest time. The actual WrestleMania watch parties and the WrestleMania spoiler warnings do huge numbers. And this year, as we're building in a much more structured way, in a way that means that YouTube are giving me a lot of different viewership and advertising my stuff a lot more based on those viewing habits, I expect over the course of WrestleMania weekend to get about 25,000 views. Might even make a decent bit of money. Dominic Mysterio, even with a microphone, is having to scream to be heard. Good work from Dominic Mysterio. So yeah, it's stuff like that, that build to WrestleMania is key, because it also means if I've had a good WrestleMania, the viewership that I pick up in that period will stick around. So it guarantees that future spoiler warnings will average at a high number. Now, my average for spoiler warning is still around 100 people. It has been for a long time, but that's just because people drop in and drop out. Viewership habits change. And we always get people who haven't been there for a couple of months. They'll pop back in, they'll watch a couple, they'll drift back out again. It's pretty standard stuff. But yeah, as we grow, it's more stuff like WTF that's leading the charge at the moment. The shorts are doing really well. WTF and PLE Wednesdays, they're the ones who are doing the big numbers right now. This watch party has been going for more than 2 hours. we've had less than 300 views. Meanwhile, WTF Wrestling is about a 10-minute video. It's had 2,000 views. Little things like that go a long way. Joey says, I guess those new titles have been sitting around and catering the whole time. Chris says, Finn leaving for AEW would be a mistake. He wouldn't be doing much better there. Once again, Chris, you mentioned AEW a lot. Who said he was leaving for AEW? If he's going to leave, I suspect New Japan might be in the offing. Ed says, God, you can't pay for heat like that. You really can't. Cal says, I already have my WrestleMania weekend planned out. Crates of beer, takeaway, watching Tom's watch party, and watching Cody Rhodes finish the story. Callie is so glad they gave Pete his name back. Jermaine says, I wonder who is taking the tag titles from Judgment Day. I can see an AOP or the Street Profits to beat them for the titles. My expectation is that at WrestleMania there will be a four corners match for both sets of tag team championships. I think the Street Profits, AOP, and possibly Miz and R-Truth will be involved in the match. They're just trying to get it down into Gen Pop. I think AOP will be the ones, and then we'll build towards, for example, DIY versus AOP. That will be very good for the tag division as far as I'm concerned. As regards to women's championships, they need to get it off the Kabuki Warriors. The Kabuki Warriors are likely to stay in the tag division, and so they should. But I do think we're looking at teams like Chelsea Green and Piper Niven being more involved. Liv Morgan and Raquel Rodriguez, however brief that may be. The tag division is starting to fire, and there's a number of people they can use for it, and a number of people representing that division. Triple H just needs to give them airtime. Blue says, which is bigger for gaining new viewers, big events like Mania or big news events like Brawl Out and such? Right, so this really explains about what is considered the main reason people watch this show. And I'm going to have to give you a bit of a spoiler here because a lot of you guys won't actually agree. Because the reason you watch won't necessarily be the same reason a lot of people watch. Most people watch this show casually for news. They watch it for news you can't get anywhere else. Hence why they watch WTF Wrestling but not PLE Wednesdays. Hence why they will lurk spoiler warning and skip through most of it to try and get to the news. And that's why I can't just do all the news and then do the questions, because most people wouldn't watch anymore. And that would tank spoiler warning and it would tank my growth. So I have to intersperse the questions with the news. Now, spoiler warning right now is bigger for growth than watch parties. Watch parties aren't good for growth at all, in any way, shape or form. People who tune in for watch parties will tune in, they'll subscribe, and then, for example, the next week, the watch party they regularly watch, oh, a camera just fell, awkward. The watch party that they regularly watch will be back, so they'll tune back into that. There is no competition for spoiler warning. No one. Yes, there are wrestling news shows, but not exclusive and free where you can ask questions. There is no competition for spoiler warning. There is wrestling news shows out there, they're mostly behind paywalls. And they're mostly in a situation where you have to pay to ask a question on top of being behind paywalls. So there is no competition for spoiler warning, hence why it is the flagship show. Hence we get massive viewership there. But when it comes to the watch parties, right now there are 13 people watching. Last couple of weeks on spoiler warning we featured 163. So far for this show, which is a pretty big show overall, we peaked at 21. It's a very different show. Megan says, imagine if they do a bit where it turns out Truth had the new titles and forgot about them. Interesting. Cal would prefer R-Truth and Miz win the belts. So everyone is aware, the single busiest show I had, the one that actually gave me 50 new subscribers in one day, was not spoiler warning. It was a random live stream, which I posted ahead of time the day before. Actually, I had to push back an hour because I was running late. It was a show in which I announced that Bray Wyatt had signed a new deal with the WWE. 50 subscribers on that one. He came back a month later. Yeah, a shame. Chris says DIY versus AOP with DIY winning is full circle. Ed, quite rightly, saying the seagulls outside Tom's window are very happy that Judgment Day are doing well. Wouldn't know, I'm barely watching. You guys know why. Temple says, I'm not surprised WWE didn't make one set of tag team titles for Judgment Day, as red and blue does make purple after all. Judgment Day weren't necessarily supposed to be holding the tag team championships. They've kind of been a gift to Finn Balor. Andrew says, Damian Priest's gear reminds me of 2003 Kane. Blue says, Tom, I can get the news elsewhere 2 months later behind a paywall. But why not just get it for free? Chris says, what if a double pin occurs and both teams are given a set of titles? That won't be happening. You can't really have a double pin in the same way anymore, especially when you have one set of legal people, but there is no intention to do that. Temple says, I'm hoping for Judgment Day to lose the titles on night 1 to Awesome Truth, and on night 2, Priest versus Balor for the briefcase. Neither of those are planned. Blue says, thanks for doing the watch-alongs, Tom. Really add to the shows for me. Thank you. I try. I find it interesting over the last couple of weeks. There's been a lot of people saying, oh, but Gunter, something that people don't know, he doesn't have a finisher. It's been years since I hosted a watch party with Ed for NXT and had that exact conversation. Gunter doesn't have a finisher. Never did. Carl, I'm not going to be making millions. I just want to make enough that I can actually buy a house with enough space in it for my entire family. That's the whole plan. That is the whole intention. I want to make enough, both in my day job and while doing this, to get a house. That's all I want. I want to give my kids a good life. All I want to do. I have a decent day job. I make a decent wage. I can't afford to buy a house big enough for my family. In Blackpool, where it's cheap. Like, what are you supposed to do with that? How am I supposed to live, you know? I don't know. Ed says, I miss our 2-hour random podcast of NXT on in the background. Yeah, we weren't great at hosting the watch party. We really weren't. And I ain't ever going to be that rich, Carl. We don't make a lot of money in the watch parties. Never have. We occasionally get big donations during watch parties. That helps. That certainly helps. But donations are few and far between, and that's okay. I'm absolutely happy with that. There's a couple of people who donate too much, I feel. Our highest earner is channel memberships. So I try and make enough content on the channel membership side to keep people. That's obviously a very valuable thing for me, and I very much appreciate anyone who does a channel membership. That's technically our highest earner, but I'm not concerned about making too much money. I just want to make enough for that deposit. That's all I want. That's all I want. Blue says, a watch along of British news. Housing crisis over there makes the US look tame somehow. Yeah. I've been tempted to go into more of a mainstream channel, just make a second channel and mostly have it as shorts, politics and news. I think that would be fun. I think that would get a lot of viewership. And I think I could occasionally do live streams when big news is happening. Live watch-alongs of Prime Minister's questions and the like. I don't know. There's ways to make it happen, but I don't know. I know a lot of people here wouldn't be interested in that. But it certainly, if it's more mainstream, might be a higher earner. Also, I just like doing this, though. Andrew says this tag match is absolutely fire, just like that since Sunset before in that camera shot. Carl says we'll try our best to get you there, Tom. I appreciate you, Carl. I appreciate you saying that. It says we were great at the watch parties, we just didn't talk about NXT much. We talked about a lot of stuff. Interesting, Blue. Thanks for saying that. Jermaine says that's why we love you for your spoiler warning shows. That's why you are the best, Tom. Thank you, Jermaine. Honestly, at this point, as I say, I'm just trying to give my kids a good life. I'm grateful for everyone who watches because you are giving me ad revenue. Okay? You are giving me ad revenue that I will be using to give my kids a good life. That I'll be using to save for the house. So the day job can pay for everything that I need to survive. And this can start building towards something bigger. This month I will take only my second ever paycheck from this channel. Only my second ever paycheck from YouTube. Again, £60. £60. So I will have made, in profit, £120 from 3+ years of doing this, because most of the money has gone back into either advertising, editing software, and the like. So, yeah. We're just about getting to a point where I can say I'm making some money. And I'm happy about that. Bailey says, do you keep copies of these old shows for replay? Yep, they are all still live on YouTube. If you decide randomly to watch a Royal Rumble 2021, my watch party's right there for you. It's terrible. It was my first actual watch party, and it's god-awful. Absolutely god-awful. But hey, check it out. Nick shows up in it. Blue says, oh, I've already read that one. Carl says, I'd like to see shows about politics. I'm into politics. I'm a member of the Labour Party. Me too, Carl. And Blue says, Tom, you deserve it, and then gives me the claps. Blue's giving me the clap. Temple says, Ciampa comes out to no music and just the sound of the crowd booing him was peak NXT for me. Me too, if I'm honest. It was definitely a wonderful time to watch wrestling. Dominic Mysterio has been kicked out. And so he should. So he should. This match is going slightly longer than I expected. It's not half-hour blocks because I've also got Grayson Waller involved. But if there is a match, I don't see it lasting particularly long. Oops, it's gone dark. Stream's gone black. Oh, people really are complaining. I can see someone on Twitter at CC Interlude. Becky yet again taking opportunities from younger talent while Charlotte putting them over. Let's talk about it. That is not even slightly what happened. Not even slightly. A lot of people have Substacks lately, which is confusing because YouTube exists. Just use it. Ed says, I'm just started doing a recap of old NXT shows. Man, they've come a long way. They really have. I went back to check some of them out myself not too long ago. Very different experience. Not sure, Blue, not sure. I don't think they'd have had the ability to be ahead of time there. Couldn't tell you, Andrew. Not sure why the camera went off. Blue says, younger talent. Becky's younger than the current and most likely next men's WWE champion. Yeah, some people pick fights. This is actually a good time to make a prediction, isn't it? Let's do it. Let's get a picture, because for anyone who doesn't know, the best way to grow on Twitter nowadays is to make your tweet as clickable as possible. You need to give people a reason to actually click on it. Not just see it, click on it. So, pictures, great way to do it. Becky Lynch, Rhea Ripley. So give them an interesting picture. That one. That one. Because tweets now grow based on engagement. That's how they get to the For You page. So if you click on it, that naturally is the exact thing that we're looking for. So Becky, Rhea. It's in that one. Begins with a B. Becky, Rhea. Time for the Razor's Edge. I heard that one loudly. I don't see Becky Lynch beating Rhea Ripley. I see Bianca Belair beating Rhea Ripley. But we may take a long time to get there. Round 2 of Rhea's championship reign is about to begin. Priest did not run into Finn Balor there. Thank you very much, RIS Warrior 8641. For following on the Twitch side. We do live watch parties and live spoiler warning news shows on Twitch that I hope you enjoy. Damian Priest now just basically doing it all himself. Carl says, remember when NXT was a game show? I do. It was not that long ago. Jermaine says, I don't think this tag match is going to be any good, but it's actually really good. Still got Judgment Day winning. Temple says, Dominic Mysterio has grown on me. His heel work has been top tier. Chrissy saying the match sure got a lot of time. And Temple says, when it comes to Triple H, when he books tag team matches for the titles, does he ever miss? Rarely. The man knows what he's doing. The man very much knows what he's doing. For everyone currently watching, I do just want to give you a quick reminder. If you've not yet done so, have a quick check and see if you've hit the like button. If you haven't, only 3 more gets us to 40. The more likes we get, the more people we get in this show. So if you can, I'd very much appreciate the effort of that like being hit. Oh, that short has stopped. The viralness has ended at 5,036 views. Pretty good overall. I think it's my 3rd most watched so far this year. 10 subscribers. 10 subscribers from one short. Shorts are really it right now. Number's still good. This match really is still going. Chris says Triple H doesn't know what missing means. There are definitely a few awkward moments during Triple H's reign. Let's not pretend everything has gone swimmingly. It hasn't. A double avalanche chokeslam, South of Heaven rightly pointed out. Coup de grace, that'll be that. Pete Dunne takes the pin. Wasn't entirely clean, there was some Dominic Mysterio involved, but there was enough time between Dominic being kicked out and the win that it does feel like a clean win. Chris says it was a dope finish. A little bit of cleverness from Finn Balor, much like with Kairi Sane earlier, and Damian Priest makes sure to congratulate him. He will be missed if he doesn't sign a new deal. But I'm not sure we'll see Finn Balor in the WWE much longer. So it says, can't rate that, took a coffee break, hope they had fun. Hope some women did. Carl, it might not be your season, unfortunately. Especially with Luton doing what they're doing. I'm worried about you. I think Luton escape. That's all I'm saying. Made good signings. Chris says, going back to New Japan to say Bullet Club would be a good shout. It doesn't always have to be about AEW. New Japan's a genuinely good option. He could come in and wrestle Dave Finlay and put Dave Finlay on the map. Look at what Nick Nemeth is doing right now. They're bringing in more people to replace who they're losing in Will Ospreay and Jay White, in Kota Ibushi and Kazuchika Okada. AEW was mentioned earlier, Crush, you know this. Temple says, are wrestling fans ever happy about anything nowadays? Let's be real. Yes. The vast majority of wrestling fans are always happy. It's just that the ones you're hearing are the miserable ones who need to be heard. You're hearing a vocal minority. They are a minority. Carl says, it's so annoying about the deduction, we're 12. Temple says, I got back into WWE when I found out Triple H was in charge. I know what he was capable of doing due to his and Regal's work in NXT, and I certainly think he's delivered. The return of William Regal was also a good moment for him overall. Blue says, with the money difference, doesn't he kind of have to sign for AEW over New Japan? You're assuming that he needs money. Like, certainly it's possible. He signed a deal with AEW that allows him to also work for New Japan, but you're assuming he needs money. Man's loaded. You do get wrestlers like Kazuchika Okada who realise near the end of their careers that, oh shit, I've made myself a big name, I should probably make some money while I'm doing this. And then they go away and do so. And when it comes to Finn Balor, he may be doing the opposite. AJ Styles certainly is. Temple says, Finn Balor, aka Prince Devitt, I would love him to stay in WWE because he looks happy to me. It's entirely up to him. I will not be upset whichever choice he makes. I don't see him getting top booking at any point. I don't think that moment comes again. So I can understand if he wants to leave. I can understand if he wants something different. I can understand if recognising that he's basically already for everyone. He wants to swap. Q43 says, amazing start so far. Damian looked like a star. He did. He was the one making things happen there. Another show off of Australia. I don't hate these. I hate it when they do it in Saudi Arabia, but I don't watch Saudi Arabia, so that's fine. I don't hate these. I'm annoyed they don't do it for the UK, but to be fair, in the UK, what are you going to show? Rain? Zai says, unfortunately, they've set a precedent by switching Mania after a campaign, this being the Cody Rhodes one. That's not going to slow the Liv fans down. You're not wrong on that one. They've definitely set a precedent, and it's a risk. Blue says, what do you mean AJ Styles is doing differently? He's making the money now. I reckon he goes somewhere else before he finishes. Agreed, Cal. Temple says, I re-watched an old NXT PLE, rewatched Nakamura versus Sami Zayn. That match was so good. They're not confirming what the main event is going to be, but they are now hyping up the men's chamber match. Everyone's taping. Suggests it might be sooner rather than later. Maybe we do get Grayson Waller, then the chamber, then a main event. Still hoping. Chris says, I don't think it's going to go close to winning a world title again, so Finn will probably leave. Gal says, in the UK it would just be heavy rain and wind and things flying about, and so it should be. That's our heritage. Chris, you're right, AJ Styles did say he was in his last WWE contract. Blue says, Tom, you said the exact same thing I did when they showed the Aussie package. Love it here, hate the Saudi ones. They did do a few for Cardiff. Wales is nice. England, pardon me, not so much. Cal says, I feel like Logan is going to have a nice match today. Logan Paul's there to be the high flyer. He's there to do what Naomi was doing earlier, you know? It is Grayson Waller effect time. After this break, they've just said. So they're going to be setting up the Grayson Waller effect right now. And then afterwards, they're going to have another break so they can unset it up and get a chamber involved. I'll take it. Temple says, quite rightly, Triple H can't book everyone's favourite in world title programs. I like what Balor is doing now. Would love a Balor and JD McDonough tag title run. Chris says, wouldn't be mad about him getting a 1 year run in AEW before he retires for good. Nice to see AJ versus Kenny Omega. Blue says, I never considered that AJ wasn't retiring soon. Could be fun to see him elsewhere. He may choose to retire. He does want to spend more time with his family. Do you know what else helps him spend time with his family? A limited date contract. You know who's doing limited date contracts now? AEW. Cal says, if AJ goes anywhere after WWE, it'll be a TNA run in my opinion. Certainly could be. I think it's worth pointing out, nowadays, one of the biggest selling points of an AEW contract is that you can wrestle anywhere. That's the big thing. AEW give you the money, and you can also wrestle New Japan. You can also wrestle TNA. You can also wrestle CMLL, AAA. You've got options all over the place. If you sign for AEW, you can wrestle anyone that isn't in the WWE. Opens a lot of doors, forbidden or otherwise. Forbidden door, as I mentioned, just branding. But it does open a lot of doors. Sorry, guys. We're getting a recap of Cody calling his shot. An unhappy Roman, I still feel Roman's been heavily diminished by the arrival of The Rock. He just doesn't feel like a big game player anymore. Hopefully they can reheat him. That side eye from The Rock is just amazing. The side eye. You gotta love that. You gotta love that. We've seen so many recaps of this press conference. Not just recaps. How many times on social media have you seen the same clip circulating? There was a clip circulating recently of Triple H arriving in Australia, just getting off the plane. I saw it about 50 times. Just everyone was taking this from each other and posting it. Everyone. It was horrendous. What we got? Blue says if they have an impromptu match, one they have to clear the set first. Yeah, but that's not particularly difficult with Grayson Waller effect. You just throw some stuff outside. Also says AEW's limited day contracts don't really seem to be helping with attendance or TV ratings. No, but they're helping with the wrestlers. And Q43 says, according to New Japan, Tanahashi is injured. Do you think they pulled an audible for Riddle to win? Don't know. Honestly, don't know. I'm confident the intention was still for Matt Riddle to go over. Just, depends how quickly it was. Cal says some of those AJ Styles and Kurt Angle matches in TNA were genuinely the best matches I've ever seen. And Chris says that's why Roman is most likely losing at Mania. The Rock is going to cross him, I think. I don't see that myself. I see Roman losing and then The Rock deciding you've let the bloodline down. But I think the loss comes first. Blue says that's why the idea of Rock ever pinning Roman is such a bad idea. He'd kill him completely. Imagine bad-mouthing Vegemite. Temple says Nick Nemeth's post-match promo on last night's New Japan New Beginnings was very heartwarming, to say the least. And Crush is saying, I'm so glad Nemeth is getting pushed. They want eyes on that global championship. Nick will make that happen. Cal says, to be fair, it's why I like AEW in that sense. Nice to see wrestlers get paid. Kevin says, why does Triple H never do the press conferences in the NXT Black and Gold era? He did for NXT UK. It's where I met him the first time. Blue says, Theory's there too. Yep, we're getting a match. Chris says, do you think the bloodline doesn't interfere due to Rock? No, I think the bloodline doesn't interfere because Randy Orton and Jey Uso have ensured that they can't. That's what I see. Blue says, I think The Rock pins Cody during the tag match on night 1, then Cody beats Roman on night 2. Rock demos Roman, the beginning of the face turn. Again, I don't see a face turn for Roman. Outside of that, that's exactly what I've been saying as well. Hello, Brian. Nice to see you. Welcome to the show. Have you been here long? Are you lurking? Or are you just checking it out? This segment is likely going to go long. Like, long. A lot of heat for Grayson Waller. That's primarily because of Austin Theory guaranteeing it. You know that could have gone real wrong. If it had just come out on his own, he would have been cheered. So a UFC fighter is drinking out of a shoe with Grayson Waller. Tell me those aren't the Trump shoes. Grayson Waller, a clever man, makes sure no beer actually goes in his mouth. Still a bit of a pop there. Still a bit of a pop. Chris says, what if Drew goads Seth into having their match after their tag? That won't happen. Kel says, I wonder what will happen to Solo and Jimmy after the split of the bloodline, especially Solo. Personally, I think the split will be that Solo will go with The Rock, and he will eventually inherit the bloodline. Temple says, New Japan are fine. They lost Muta, Chono, Hashimoto, and then made Tanahashi, Nakamura, Shibata, and now they have Yota Tsuji, Shota Umino, and Ren Narita. Yeah, they are absolutely fine. They still need some wrestlers from outside of Japan to aid their appeal. Yes, they've got great talent coming through, but if that talent only appeals to Japan, they ain't getting the viewers. Grayson Waller's kind of broken ranks there. He's supposed to be a heel, and I think he's forgotten about that. Blue says, you don't want to see Grayson wrestle drunk, Tom? Not quite, no. Be awkward. That's real creepy, Si. But yes, once again, the UFC popping up in WWE programming. It's cleverly done, and we will see more of it cross as well. Chris says Roman versus Solo SummerSlam? Unlikely. I think the SummerSlam main event will either be Drew McIntyre versus CM Punk or Rock versus Roman. The Rock has not signed on for one match. He's signed on for multiple matches with the WWE. He's gonna get his match with Roman. That is going to happen. WWE fans may have delayed it, but you can't delay the inevitable. Seth's theme naturally is as over as he is. And why wouldn't it be? Adding in strobe lighting definitely helps. I remember people hating this theme. Hating it when his music was changed. 270 days champion is not bad at all. I know, Crush, The Rock has signed on for multiple matches. That doesn't mean Rock versus Roman will have multiple matches. It means he'll have multiple matches with different people. Carl is just happy to see The Rock wrestle again. Blue says, where do you see Drew actually picking up the title, Tom? I see him beating Damian Priest for it. Probably in somewhere like Germany. Crush is turning Seth heel in 24 and giving him his old theme. I wouldn't derail him like that. Blue thinks Seth's theme is more over than Seth. Historically, that has been the case. And Cal says, I think Drew takes the belt at WrestleMania, then Priest cashes the belt in. I see exactly the opposite. I see the cash in. While the match is ongoing, Drew doesn't touch the title. Drew gets screwed again. Seth then takes time off. Drew McIntyre goes right after Damian Priest. Eventually claims the championship from him once he's eliminated all of Judgment Day. At which point we see Drew holding the championship high. CM Punk's music hits. We go into SummerSlam. Drew McIntyre versus CM Punk. Blue says, isn't the Berlin show after SummerSlam? How could Drew versus Punk main event SummerSlam? Or do you think it won't be for the title? Not sure. I think I might have got my dates mixed up. I think I just got my dates mixed up. Before SummerSlam is what I'm suggesting. And then SummerSlam is for the title. Possibly the main event, but it depends what Roman's doing. If it's a rematch, Cody versus Roman, they might open the show, but more likely main event. Austin Theory looking bored is absolutely perfect. He's counting his own abs in boredom. Game respects game. I'm tweeting that. Game respects game. So Austin Theory. God, what's his? God damn it. Austin Theory. Twitter. That's terrible. That can't be real. That can't actually be Austin Theory. Is that actually Austin Theory? That's no followers. Screw it. At underscore theory 1. I've spelled it wrong, that's why I can't. Terrible. So Austin Theory just counted his own abs in boredom while Seth's theme was being sung. Throw that out there. Thank you, Sai, giving us a schedule. Okay, so I don't know. We have WrestleMania 6th and 7th. Thank you for this, Sai. Backlash in Lyon on the 4th of May. Then we don't have anything in yet for June. I'd imagine that'll be Saudi. In July, we have Money in the Bank in Toronto. SummerSlam not announced. And then August 31st, which I'd imagine SummerSlam will be early August then. We'll be in between Money in the Bank and Bash at Berlin. Kevin says, how to make Damian Priest's biggest heel, cashing in on Cody Rhodes. I wish. Cal says, I love Cody's entrance. Never gets old. Whoa-ho. Chris says, Austin Theory is about to get stomped by Seth again. Cal says, not going to lie, Punk seems happy this time around, but the question with Punk remains the same. It just remains how long, though. Temple says, isn't Bobby Roode cleared to wrestle now? Don't have information on that news. I would like your input, Tom. Thanks. Yeah, he's been cleared for a while. For a while now. They don't have any plans for him, and he's not that interested in wrestling. Blue says, what would you say is the worst main roster theme? I kind of hate Grayson Wallace, to be fair. I don't know. Genuinely have no idea. There's too many that are just generic and forgettable. There's no point even saying them. Fully dark outside now. We no longer have a river on fire. And these entrances have taken a really long time. So I think the main event might be very short. Blue says the last two SummerSlams have been early August, late July, so they can do the Labour weekend show. Expect the first Saudi at the end of May. That's pretty much what I'm expecting as well. Then as we get into September, October, if we do a UK show, the second Saudi show of the year, then Survivor Series, pretty much laughing. Cal says, I never thought we'd see Punk back or Cody either. I always expected Cody to come back. Leaving for AEW wasn't necessarily because he wanted to leave WWE. It wasn't because he was looking to establish himself elsewhere, full stop. He just wanted to be taken seriously. You're right there, Raul. You okay? Okay. Temple says the heel Rock run may actually turn Roman into a bigger babyface. It might actually work this time around. Again, I don't see it. I think Roman as a face doesn't work anymore. Quite a few people did indeed acknowledge Roman Reigns there. Risk. This is going to be slow. Speaking of the chamber match, and we don't know what the main event's going to be yet. It's nice not knowing. What's the little secret, Seth? Is it that it doesn't matter? Don't care? Ah, Seth has not yet been medically cleared. He's wearing big baggy trousers. I'd imagine he's hiding a knee brace. Cody's wearing a suit. Maybe the match doesn't happen. Carl says, Cody is so over. I love him. What a goat. Chris says Roman is an anti-hero. Temple says WWE love to milk it when it comes to replaying the press conference, don't you think? Yeah, they love to milk it all. All WWE care about is getting views as far and wide as possible. They actually don't even bother with copyright strikes. I could post entire WWE shows on my YouTube and they wouldn't even care. Blue says, do you think The Rock is there, Tom? Not sure. I need to know what the main event is. If the men's chamber is the main event over Rhea Ripley and Nia Jax, then something big is happening. Well played, Grayson. Well played. Kervin was disappointed about Naomi's role in the Elimination Chamber. She was eliminated first, however, she did have some good moments in the build. Cal says, I genuinely don't think we've seen a wrestler as over as Cody since Daniel Bryan. Becky. Bailey says the in-ring skits seem to be time filler. I mean, I think they're going to go over, so. That's a very loud Roman sucks chant. Oh, Rocky sucks, I do apologise. Because Roman's not really important anymore. Ed quite rightly pointed out Seth is wearing an old pair of glasses from a Prince cosplayer in NXT. I knew they were familiar. I couldn't place them. You've absolutely spotted it. Yeah. Let's get a picture of that. Let's take that one. This one. Save that one. Cody Seth. And just gonna tease. We're just gonna tease. Cody Seth, there it is. Seth's glasses look awfully familiar. Bit awkward. Always appreciate you, Ed. Cal says Roman reigned for 3 years and everyone forgot he just exists. Spot on, Crush. Temple says the Tanahashi versus Riddle match was booked for Riddle to win. No injury was suffered to Tanahashi in every New Japan TV title match with a 15-minute time limit. Reason why it was only an 8-minute match. Have you got a source for that one, Temple? Because you're reporting news there, and if you're reporting news, I'd like to know the source of it. Crush points out someone with a Die Rocky Die sign. Yeah, that's pretty infamous around these parts. Kevin thinks the segment is too long and not interesting. Cody has landed on the People's Champion moniker, and that's one worth mentioning. He is not the People's Champion now. Cody, by the end of this, will be the People's Champion. Mark my words. Another Rocky sucks. This is just build to WrestleMania. Looks like there's no match happening. Looks like there's not much of anything happening. I imagine they're going to get punched, but that's it. Cody's announcing something. Grayson Waller's happy about it. Is he going to announce he's going to be on SmackDown where The Rock is? Cal says the atmosphere, if Cody beats Roman, oh Lord, could be the loudest pop in years. Cody challenging Roman? As I've said, The Rock is booked for more than one match. Cody Rhodes seemingly forgot that Seth Rollins was there. True Blue, good shout. Chris said Seth worried me there. Me too. This slow march was fun. I think they're going to announce a tag match. It's a fair play. There is no such thing. Seth's gonna be there. They're still drawing it out, still teasing it. Austin Theory there to get punched. Getting some nice heat. He's very good in this role. It's really upsetting that they have to borrow The Rock's personality because he's just not there. Grayson Waller doesn't look particularly happy with Austin Theory. Austin Theory's derailing his show. Seth is literally leading this so people remember Austin Theory. It's nice. Also respect for Austin Theory. He just kept going while Seth was throwing him. What are you going to do, Grayson? Well, is he going to step aside? He's going to step aside. You tapped out, Dan. What's doing it for you? Match quality's been high, but this segment was going nowhere fast. You're right, Temple. It's the one night of the year. The one night. They gave us a tiny bit of Seth Rollins music and then immediately went into Cody. So, not particularly eventful. Seth is now tearing apart the Grayson Waller effect. Why wouldn't you? Why would there be a Theory face? Guys, I just want to be very clear. Not everything is a face or heel turn. We're conditioned to think everything's a face or a heel turn. It's not, guys. It's not. Grayson Waller got annoyed at Austin Theory for interrupting his show. They won't even talk about it next time. Chris says, I really hope they don't turn Seth heel. They're not going to. They're not yet anyway. Why would they? There is no value to it. Gomar says, was that a temporary face turn from Grayson for Australia? Kinda yes, kinda no. It's his show. It's consistent with his character. Face or heel, doesn't matter. It's consistent with his character that if someone derails his show, he doesn't protect them. It says Theory versus Waller at Mania. I don't think they're going to mention it at all when it comes to SmackDown. Blue says that kind of sucked. I agree. Anticlimactic, bit boring. Bailey says I literally took a 10-minute nap during this bit. That's what I should have done. Should have taken a nap. Should have taken a break. Should have just had a nice sleep. Dan says Women's Chamber was fine. Tag was good action. But NCR presented as a couple of nerves and it was an inevitable finish. So no emotional attachment. Right, tag match. Gotcha. They are a couple of nerds. Dane says I was disappointed Tiffany Stratton did not win. I'm a big fan of her. Yeah, that was never going to happen. Like, the fact that she was in it is a pretty huge compliment for her. And a huge opportunity went her way. Kevin wanted it on Raw or SmackDown, not on the pay-per-view. Well, they wanted some surprises. Maybe those are surprises that Dave Meltzer said were happening. Carl says turning Seth heel makes no sense at the minute. Let him turn heel later in the year. Or don't. Let him have a break and let him come back and let him be the same guy he is because he's over. Maybe don't tamper with things that are working. I don't know. I wouldn't turn Seth heel at all. At least not yet. Until there's a reason to. Dan says, so many goddamn ads. We had ads into a talk show. We're coming out with more ads and it's just killing me. Literally quit my own watch along on YouTube. Not even that could get me through. Wow. Well, like, you've really tapped out. The beauty of a watch party is when you have a team like your own. And I do feel on the Eve channel you could definitely do a lot of value with watch parties, is if you're getting talent involved, if you're getting wrestlers involved, because it's a way for them to get more over. I am doing shows solo, and there are definitely times when I'm tempted to tap out. I'm really tempted to tap out, even when it's just me. So I feel your pain. Welcome to the show. Go Masters, Grayson versus Austin is a cool match for Mania in my opinion. I don't think it is. Not even close. Chris said there's ads for the ads for the ads. Damian says, great scoop, a good scoop for you, Tom. You called it, now it's going to probably go in effect. Cody versus The Rock. As I say, there is more than one match lined up for The Rock. It's not over. It's just not over. Temple says, I actually liked Grayson Waller getting cheered for one night only. I think he's very, very underrated when it comes to his in-ring work. Drew McIntyre is shown backstage, mugging for the camera. Big shoulders. More tape. A lot of tape happening. A lot of taping happening. Randy Orton taped himself up like half an hour ago. It's really starting to feel like the men's chamber is the main event, guys. Yes, Zane, mine did too. Okay. Good. Rhea Ripley and Nia Jax are main eventing. It's all good. It's all fine. It's all fine. Zane, it is exactly what he's booked to be. If you're upset, I understand, but there's no should or shouldn't. Triple H decides who's going to win, and then that's what we get. Q4 says, kind of hope KO brings the koala for his entrance. That'd be amazing. They should absolutely do that. And it says, Mammy does main. Thank God. Yeah, they made me nervous. I think Triple H has cottoned on to the whole pre-show thing. He's cottoned on to the giveaway. Caesar says, as regards the Grayson Waller effect, they just told us what we already know, and that is that Cody wants to fight The Rock for slapping him. They also said that Seth will eventually be cleared. And those were scoops, apparently. Those were scoops. Scoops. I do like that they're now rebuilding the Elimination Chamber and reminding us of the rules again. Like they're just redoing the entire bit. Go respect it. Blue says, I'm a bit ahead of you, Tom. The Chamber was coming down as you said it was feeling like it was the main event. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm going to actually reset my stream then, just in case I am behind. That rain? That feels like rain. Nope. Still not rain. It's nice out. It's really sunny. It's annoyingly sunny. Watch now. There's also something called low latency. So I'm always going to be slightly behind you guys. Because actually going live is very straining. So we're like a second behind. Australia is a beautiful country though, Crush. Let's not be too harsh. I'm enjoying the little breaks that they're doing. Ah, this is a Marilyn Manson spot. A sighting of Sheamus. You don't see him often anymore, unfortunately. I suspect Kevin Owens might not have the strongest night. There is a United States Championship match to be set up here. Logan Paul has the championship. Kevin Owens is technically entitled to a rematch because of, you know, hook or crook. But LA Knight versus Logan Paul, as I mentioned in October, was the planned match for WrestleMania. Now that's been confirmed by a number of people in the last week or so. Fightful Select reported it. So on a Q&A behind the paywall, Sean Rossap confirmed what I'd reported in October. So, fun. Bailey says, Australia ads are better than Saudi ads. Agreed. Chris says, AJ versus LA Knight could happen too. I suspect not. I know they've been pushing for that, but I feel like they've already moved on. I feel like the moment to do that was the Royal Rumble. I don't think AJ makes the WrestleMania card. Kevin says, I like the old Elimination Chamber cage. It was more brutal and feels more real. Yeah, there was a lot less padding on it, but they're able to do a lot more intense moves and spots now, which I think is a good thing. Oh, I like the lights on the side. That's nice. I'm going to do a search from me. Any mention of... I'm just going to do Jax Ripley. See what I've tweeted about Nia Jax and Rhea Ripley. February 18th. January 12th. 2 hours ago. It's not in order. Give me latest. Ugh. While they're going over all the rules. Spoiler warning. January 12th. That's apparently it. Let's try it different. Just do Rhea. What have I posted about Rhea recently? That looks good. That looks good. Doodle-doo. Kevin Owens. Kevin Owens. Boo. A lot about the contention to main event. A lot about the match card. A lot of stuff on spoiler warning. There it is. So, June 25th, in the build to the Money in the Bank match, Becky versus Rhea has been on the agenda for a while and is easily the biggest Raw women's match that the WWE can put on. Briefcase gets us there and Becky's the type to entertain of it and challenge ahead of time. The obvious choice and a betting favourite because Io Sky was the winner. At that point I was ranking essentially what the likelihood is of each winner. After that it goes back quite a while. Ooh. Here's a fun one. February 25th. Dominic Mysterio is the only reason Rhea Ripley is still a heel and not the hottest face in the company. February 25th. Year ago. Anyway. I'm just going to retweet. I suspect Rhea Ripley will main event Chamber. And leave it there. Sorry guys, I got a little bit distracted there. I'm just trying to grow my business. It's not easy anymore. It's not easy. Kevin Owens' first one in. I would imagine Logan Paul's not going to be opening the match because it's going to be reliant on long-term wrestling ability. Logan Paul, bit of a spot monkey, will likely come in late on. I can see LA Knight starting. Maybe LA Knight and Randy Orton starting. Drew McIntyre is like the big dude. Logically, I'd have him come in a little later as well. Maybe second. Bobby Lashley's in the pod as well. Another big guy. I have no idea what's going on outside my house right now. Sounds like an angle grinder. I'm just going to close the window because that is a hell of a noise and not a fun one. Not a fun one at all. Don't know what's going on, but I don't like it. You're right with it. And now the window's shut. And dark again so the lights can work. A lot of love for Bobby Lashley, it looks like. Let me get my audio back in. So Elimination Chamber is definitely going over its allotted 3 hours. I don't think the main event will have even started by the time we get to 1 o'clock in the afternoon here in the UK. How's everyone feeling? You all awake? How's the whole being awake thing treating you? They did Temple. They moved it so it was safer. It's the right move. You got to protect your talent. You got to protect your people. Your show ain't going to go where you want it to go if you ain't got no wrestlers, you know? Oh, that was a wheezy one. After this, I think I'm going to get like an immense amount of food and just gorge. Ah, might be a pizza. Oh, pizzas are good. Let's go and get Chinese. Might just go sit down in Chinese. Oh, don't mention that. Don't mention the ECW Extreme Chamber. What made it extreme? Oh, there's a few weapons hanging from the ceiling. Did they use them? Kinda. Low point of his career, that. Kevin Owens just reacting to everything. Lashley's one of those who just looks amazing. He was, of course, the replacement for Bronson Reed. Makes sense. Logan Paul in next. He will also be in a pod. Decent booze. United States Championship on display. He knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. Kevin Owens' reaction face. Those two will have some heat in this one. Kevin says, if Cody Rhodes, Seth Rollins versus Rock and Roman is going to main event night 1, can you see Seth Rollins versus Drew McIntyre opening night 1? Nope. I can see them opening night 2. They will do double duty. They will not do double duty on the same night. My suspicion is that we either open with the tag team match and main with Becky versus Rhea, or the other way around. That's my suspicion. Logan Paul in the Elimination Chamber is an exciting prospect. This guy is not afraid of anything, and I've got to give him some credit for it. He just stuck his gum to the top of someone's prime bottle. That he is evil. I'm going to sneeze, but I also want to just respect the evil. Kevin Owens is just headbutting the pod, like. Good response from Logan Paul, just be like, what the hell? I would as well. I'd also be very confused. Oh, he's going to tempt Bobby Lashley. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Have you seen Bobby Lashley? He can beat you. Very easily. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. A lot of focus on Kevin Owens here. He's not happy with the camera constantly wandering over. So my suspicion is that Drew McIntyre will be 4th in the pod. Who have we got? Oh, Randy Orton is 4th in the pod. Which means LA Knight and Drew McIntyre will open us up. LA Knight's going to get one hell of a pop. And I think Drew McIntyre might as well. So far, the show's been very predictable. 3 matches, 3 accurately guessed results. So far, it's the most predictable pay-per-view WWE have put on. This, I feel, is the only possible difference. And hey, Dave Meltzer, DM. Dave Meltzer made it very clear there'd be surprises. This has got to be the one, surely. Chris says, as regards Logan Paul, Bobby Lashley is going to spear him out of his gear. You just want to see Logan Paul naked, don't you? Did you see Randy Orton's new model in 24? It's extremely lifelike. They know what they're doing. They know how to make those models. Honestly, you've just got to make sure he slivers. If he slivers, you're good. Jermaine, I disagree with you there. This has not been a boring pay-per-view. The Grayson Waller effect, that was dull. The women's Elimination Chamber match was fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. I've known who was going to win that one for like 6 months. Still fantastic. Blue says, I feel like a 6-man ladder match for the US title is totally possible for Mania. They have Paul, Kevin, Knight, Styles. Throw in 2 more. You have the traditional ladder match. It's not a bad shout. Genuinely not a bad shout. And there's not been enough ladder matches recently. Everyone's understaffed at the moment, Crush. Video game companies are collapsing. Randy staring down Logan Paul. To be clear, Randy's kids are fans. Billy, welcome. It says, surprise I mentioned Jericho. I'm not personally. They're not so finicky about it anymore. Under Triple H, they will just mention records and things. Randy Orton is going to stand on top of Bobby Lashley's pod to do his signature pose. It's a good image, that. I'd be interested in an Orton-Lashley feud, I tell you that. Very interested. Temple says, if I was booking the chamber, I would have AOP and Karrion Kross attack Lashley before Lashley even entered the pod, lead to their match at WrestleMania 40. Could have done, but that would have meant flying them all out. Karrion Kross is on holiday at the moment. Quite a few wrestlers who aren't booked on this card, particularly the ones who work SmackDown, have been given 2 weeks off. They already recorded the SmackDown, and naturally it'll be another week before they have the next one, so they were given 2 weeks off. Chris says Randy will definitely work with Logan Paul soon. Logan Paul's angling for that Rock match. Randy Orton, however, is a legend and well worth considering. Indeed, Crush, it is Thailand where they are. I'm interested in Drew McIntyre's reaction here. Because it's respectful boos. Like, it's boos, but it's respectful boos. They know what's side their bread's buttered on. He's doing that slow walk. No sword. No sword today. His whole thing is swords. Where's your sword? Drew, where's your sword? Where's your sword, Drew? And fire. There's always fire, and there should always be fire. Now this will be telling. He is a clear favourite to win this. A clear favourite. But if he hasn't signed a new deal, surely he's not getting the WrestleMania match. If he has signed a new deal, which, hey, recently beat Cody, well, doesn't that just change things? Cheers, Carl. Chris says Drew's been crapping on CM Punk, and you know Punk would have gotten an insane reaction. Yep, Drew's the one who took his spot. Billy says maybe Drew will sing again. I mean, that'll cheer him up afterwards. Who needs championships when you can have a sing song? Ed says, is it just me, or do the camera cuts seem much more calm? The cinematographers are thrilled. Now, McIntyre and Randy Orton have history. McIntyre and Bobby Lashley have history. McIntyre and Logan Paul are just kind of confused. Like, McIntyre's smiling. He just doesn't take Logan Paul seriously. Now, Drew McIntyre and Kevin Owens not really encountered each other much. I always find it interesting that you have a match like this and there are genuinely wrestlers who haven't spent a lot of time together. Especially now that, you know, they've both been there for years. Jermaine says, I don't have a real problem with the show. I actually like the show. I just want something unexpected to happen that leads to this person is going to win because there's something unexpected happening. Well, unfortunately, Triple H might not be the booker for you, Jermaine, unfortunately. LA Knight was always going to be starting the match. You don't beat LA Knight and get that pop without guaranteeing that they're going to use it. I still have him leaving WrestleMania as the United States Champion. I'm not as sure how we get there anymore. but I'm still confident it's going to happen. Drew McIntyre's waiting for him. Drew McIntyre will be interesting because historically he doesn't sell too well. Crush, if you heard me, what I said was that Triple H might not be the booker for Jermaine. Essentially meaning what Jermaine is looking for, Triple H is unlikely to provide. Blue says if Punk and Reed were supposed to be in the chamber, do you think Paul and Owens took their spots? Nope, Bobby Lashley and Drew McIntyre did. Cal says I think Paul would have always been in it. In my opinion, he always puts on good matches. Yeah, he's there to do the high spots. Logan Paul was always booked for this. This was the launch pad for LA Knight versus Logan Paul. Kevin Owens is a maybe, but Bobby Lashley took Bronson Reed's spot. Drew McIntyre took Randy Orton just being a troll. Drew McIntyre took CM Punk's spot. The intention was at this point to start phasing out Drew McIntyre. He would have been working towards a feud with Sami Zayn. Sami Zayn would have beaten him at WrestleMania, and that would have been it. Bye-bye, that's all she wrote. Knight and McIntyre having a little stare down. Knight fancies his chances. Okay, historically, Drew McIntyre not the most prolific seller. So it's interesting to see how much he sells for LA Knight. He'll sell for Orton. He'll sell for Lashley. I think that might be as far as it goes. You have to earn that respect from him, which is not the way wrestling should work, but it is how it is. Cal says Logan Paul genuinely so good. I actually enjoy his matches. Man shows up. And Chris says Punk getting injured really got plans all messed up. They did. But to be fair, come WrestleMania, it actually doesn't matter. Punk wasn't going to be winning the championship. If the plan's Damian Priest, it literally does not matter who's in the ring with Seth Rollins when they get there. Literally just does not matter. Jermaine, LA Knight versus Logan Paul won't be too big a surprise. Won't be too big a surprise to regulars here. I've been reporting on that one since October. Crush, read the actual chat that you're posting this in, and you'll see people who are asking questions that I'm answering. That might answer your question. Cal says, Punk getting injured is probably better for the long term. Looked slow on his return. Hopefully he can get back to full fitness and regain that WWE pace. I think he looked slow because he was injured, mate. KJ says, what's up, Tom and chat, and good morning if it's morning out there. Hey Tom, what time is it for you? It is 20 past 12. We are officially in the afternoon. Oh, what a chop. That hurt. Eric says, I'm happy for Becky even though Liv Rhea story was compelling. Becky's the biggest fight they can make right now. The Liv Rhea story isn't that compelling anymore. It's been too long. The heat isn't there. They could still potentially reheat it, but they haven't as of yet. McIntyre is not familiar with LA Knight's offense, and it's showing. These two don't quite have chemistry as of yet. Bailey says WrestleMania is the point at which stories reset and new names get elevated for the rest of the year. Who do you see as those getting the push going forward? Bailey, certainly. LA Knight, we already know about. That moment will come. When it comes to new people being pushed, limited as to whether or not new. With WrestleMania, they build you up into it. I think, for example, Jade Cargill will get a moment. I absolutely do. But when it comes to new names, most of the names involved, they're not going to be new. It'll be people who've been there for a while. Braun Breaker, I feel, should have a good spot. And hey, Gunter will still continue his rise, but it's taking time. I've just lost the audio entirely. entirely. Crush says I'd probably tune out if Triple H was taken off creative. Yeah, he's not being taken off creative. I don't know where that's come from. He's not being taken off creative. Why would that happen? Kevin Owens is actively supporting the beatdown of Drew McIntyre. It's an okay sell. It's not his biggest. A one more time chant and LA Knight acknowledges it. Or he acknowledges Roman Reigns. One or the other. Oh, the pod just opened a little bit. Kevin Owens pointed out to fix it. Jesus Christ, that Slim Jim thing is massive. That is unnecessarily massive. She will, Eric. Liv was very well protected in the chamber match. The WWE do have plans for her, just not as of yet. Geez, them some big ratings. Kevin Owens technically with the lowest. I imagine LA Knight technically has the lowest. It is Kevin Owens. Going for both. No one on the floor this time. Oof. Crush says, fun fact, there's a Slim Jim in WWE 2K24 as a weapon. That's weird. You remember, Cal? I couldn't tell you about a TNA feud between the two of them. I don't regularly watch TNA. Tell us about it. What was it all about? Okay, so for Make-A-Wish, the chokeslam was all about Make-A-Wish. I respect it. Randy Orton is just patiently watching everything happen, and it's got to be kind of dull for a wrestler. Like, all of the action is happening, you're trying to remember your spots, but you just have to stand there and wait. That makes sense, Crush. That's the way it should be. Drew McIntyre's going for a superplex. Not a move regularly in his arsenal. Especially when you have people like Randy Orton there who deliver probably the best superplexes in wrestling. Is that a Randy chant? He's not even in the match yet, guys. Calm down. Is he connecting with you? Is he making friends? How dare he? Owens with a frog splash. First of our bigger spots. Logan Paul and Kevin Owens are there to fly, but Logan Paul is the main high flyer. Kevin Owens more of a brawler, similar to LA Knight. I'd be interested to see an LA Knight Randy Orton spot. I'd imagine it'll be pretty old school and a bit slow. And I'm also interested in general to see how Bobby Lashley is going to be involved. I suspect he might be the guy who comes in and just spears everyone. Until he gets RKO'd, of course. Drew's still not really selling. It's not a Michinoku driver. It's only a driver if you go down with him. Good little follow-up there. McIntyre having none of it. We're still in action. Kevin Owens showing off in front of Randy Orton, who just shrugs it off because it's Randy Orton. He doesn't care about you. He doesn't care enough to hate you. That's who Randy Orton is. It's rare that he actually hates anyone. He just can't be arsed. Cal says, so Tom, Drew wanted to save wrestling because MVP ruined it, or something. So good. Send Drew to fix wrestling. And Drew, LA Knight, and some other geezer lost about 100 matches, and LA Knight turned on Drew. It was horrendous. Oh. Right. Okay. Going for another superplex. They keep going for superplexes, which is just basically... like, you've got Randy Orton in the match. You're just going to embarrass yourselves. You don't get much more protected than McIntyre so far. He's not even going to allow himself to be double superplexed. Is Drew going to come off the top? Don't Sid Vicious yourself. Drew McIntyre just did a crossbody. It wasn't good, but it was a crossbody. Wow. Okay, who's next? Give me Bobby. Definitely not Logan Paul. Drew's on his feet. Bobby Lashley. Now, Bobby should be able to handle it. As I said, he will sell for Bobby Lashley. Look at how differently he's handling this to what LA Knight was doing. Completely different style. Carl says, I meant God bite. Oh, that's so much worse. I think that was a storyline, and Drew wore a shirt which was too tight and he lost clean to MVP. He also lost to Bobby Lashley like 500 billion times. Those two know each other well. These two know each other well. Billy says, I'm going to assume the main event will be 10 minutes. I'm going to assume it's going to be slightly longer, but not that much longer. Probably she's enjoying Bobby's gear as well. Cal says, TNA had died by the time that stuff was going on, but fortunately it is returning. It's not quite got the viewership yet, but the quality's there. There is just a one-on-one match happening now. LA Knight just taking a big breather. Lashley doesn't seem to have eyes for anyone else. So this is the spot that Bronson Reed would have had. A spot where he comes in and just beats down Drew McIntyre. I'd have been there for that. Drew just being overpowered, bodied. And Kevin Owens is punched in the head. Logan Paul looks a bit more nervous now, and I respect that. That's how it should be. McIntyre is just taking a firm beating. Lashley's got him. Lashley is in control completely. A few stray punches for other people, but most of his focus is on Drew. We've got a hurt lock in play. Technically, you could still have someone eliminated using a hurt lock. Oh, lovely. One thing you need to learn as a wrestler is how to rotate fully into a ring. You literally do a backflip. You just hold the rope and do a backflip. Some people do it great. Brock does it amazing, I'll tell you that. Because he turns into it. Drew does the same. It says nobody works harder with SEO than the person who runs TNA Twitter. They've got to get eyes on themselves somehow. They just follow what's happening in the world and do what they can. Andrew said it would be hilarious if Drew goes for a Claymore, whoever is left in the ring with him. Punk music hits, Drew gets distracted and loses the match. That would be funny. Would be quite funny. It would raise certain questions about WrestleMania, because, like, what's the point? Cal says, oh, also, Tom, I forgot to add, so Kurt Angle went on a tour, which wasn't a tour, and Suplex drew a trillion times, then pinned him. He had a weird time in the Indies, did Drew McIntyre. For those who don't know, he got beat clean by Noam Dar. Noam Dar kicked out of a tombstone. I'm not there for it. Sean says, hello, Tom. Hello, Sean. Nice to see you. So the last segment has just been Bobby Lashley beating up Drew McIntyre. I'm all for it. But I suspect that'll put Drew McIntyre out for a little bit. Particularly the Logan Paul segment. Oh, lovely. Lovely. He's not losing now. Good teamwork, and Kevin Owens smart enough not to interrupt a cover. I'm thinking Logan Paul next. Randy Orton comes in last. And just starts RKOing people because Randy Orton. But let's see what actually happens. Kevin Owens looking for an opponent. The fact that he's standing suggests to me it might be Randy Orton, because Logan Paul will be scared. Or lose scared spot. I'm still leaning towards Logan Paul. It's Randy Orton. Immediately starts beating up LA Knight. Kevin Owens is right there in the middle of the ring and he's just like, nah, I'm going to beat this guy up. Cal says his story was like a true wrestler, lost all the time till he won the belt, then he died and came back to the WWE. Wow, that's a lot of stuff in one sentence. Sean says, I don't get the hate for Becky winning the chamber. She doesn't control the outcome of the matches, nor has say who wins. There isn't really that much hate. There's a few people who vocally would have been unhappy with any result, and they're just being unhappy with the result. Becky was definitely the right choice. They've kept her separate from Rhea for a reason. Becky was definitely the right choice. Kevin Owens reversed that purely so he could get a draping DDT in a more painful position. I respect it. Good morning, Juan. How are you? Sean says, do you see Becky winning at WrestleMania? No, I don't. No, Eric, there was no face turn. Nobody has turned face or heel during the show tonight. You guys are conditioned to see zebras everywhere. Lashley's still beating up Drew McIntyre. They're definitely building Lashley nicely. I like it, Crush, that's funny. They're definitely building Lashley nicely here. My worry is someone's got to go first. Bobby Lashley's in the Kane spot at the minute. There's our first spear. Logically, Drew McIntyre the second one. Nope, missed it. Big guy runs into ring post meta. They're really putting a lot of focus onto McIntyre. Not McIntyre. Onto Randy Orton's back. Which is not unfair. I don't think he's seriously hurt, just to be clear. We all know better. We all know better. Okay, so Drew McIntyre is literally at this point just getting beaten down. I have nothing but respect for what's happening right now. His back will never be 100% Crush. His back will never be 100%. That will never happen. Not anymore. Gal says, by that point, Tom, it came out Vince Russo was still pulling strings and Spike pulled the plug on TNA and it collapsed. Wow. I remember that for Apollo Crews. Remember when he was Intercontinental Champion? Do you remember when they were making Apollo Crews a big deal? That didn't last. I've just spotted Logan Paul wrote to the crowd, Kevin sucks on his pod. Well played. Lifted into the back suplex, LA Knight realised he'd over-rotated, so he put his hand behind his head to protect himself because he thought, I've over-rotated, I'm gonna land on my head. Randy Orton, however, stalled for a second so he could adjust in the air. That really good work by both men. Everyone's down. LA Knight's in good spot for a frog splash. Oh, I like what happened there. They went to the camera inside and Kevin Owens is just there on the other side. That is amazing. It's just both in the pot. This is great. They're just in the pod. They are just in the pod, being slammed around. I think Kevin Owens is trying to break it open. It's not working. Logan Paul's about to take a serious beating. Eric says, whatever happened to Apollo's Heavy? It's gone now. Carl says, remember when WWE did 500 storylines about Jeff Hardy's substance abuse? I really didn't like that. Yeah, they would never let that one go, would they? One says, do you miss Drew McIntyre's old song when he was the Chosen One? No, not really. Like, he's alright. Randy doesn't Andrew, but it is storyline, don't worry. I did, Carl. I don't see that match ever happening again. We've seen too much John Cena, Randy Orton already. And, yeah, it may end up being one day on a WrestleMania the same way that Triple H and Batista did. But Triple H also doesn't like having two loaded cards. So he doesn't want to do it. He might do it as a favour, I suppose. That's all you get. There is a whole individual one-on match happening right now. Did I say one-on match? One-on-one match happening right now. For Kevin Owens and Logan Paul. Logically, if they don't clash at WrestleMania, I'll be stunned. This is screaming triple threat. Or maybe they do have a different plan for LA Knight. Who knows? Gal says, I might change my alarm to Teddy Long just screaming you're going one-on-one with The Undertaker. Oh, okay. It was supposed to break, but it wasn't supposed to break from that angle. Bobby Lashley showing the power. Logan Paul's got to be speared through something, and he knows it. Ow. I think Bobby Lashley actually took most of that. Both men seriously feeling it. Logan Paul's taken some amazing big bumps in his time in WWE. That's still going to hurt. Kevin says, what was the worst Elimination Chamber cage match? The one Bobby Lashley won. Cal says, Bobby killed Logan. Coot says, hoping Randy's just selling, can't have him out again. He won't be. A thank you Bobby chant from the crowd. Oh, there we go. Drew McIntyre finally gets a bit of revenge. Claymore on the outside. All 6 men are in. Nobody's been eliminated yet. LA Knight and Randy Orton taking a moment. Owens down. Logan Paul down. Lashley down. Carnage. Lord Tensai was trying to, mate. You didn't believe in him. Logan Paul did protect his head very well in the end. LA Knight trying to finish off Bobby Lashley. I think Lashley might be going out first. There's just a focus on him. I think another Claymore coming. And that'll be the cover. LA Knight looking ready to move. Claymore. Cover. Bobby Lashley goes out first. Not a surprise to me. I think they played that pretty well. He had fantastic moments. Drew McIntyre is still struggling. But in the end, there were just too many people involved. Just too many people. Knight going for McIntyre here. Referee checking on Logan Paul. Randy Orton did just have a conversation with the referee. But he is getting back in the ring. Ah, it's a back bump. If he was actually injured, he would definitely be saying no back bumps. This is starting to look like LA Knight's time will be up. Logan Paul's sitting. Drew McIntyre showing off. Why you gotta be like that? Why you gotta show off like that? Scary. Oh, LA Knight. LA Knight. We finally get the superplex they've been teasing since the beginning of the goddamn match. I'm worried about LA Knight now. Goes for an RKO. That's his finish. Gets it on Drew. That ain't happening. Oh, it's AJ Styles. Ugh. LA Knight's not getting that US Championship match, is he? Logically, then it looks like this will be the WrestleMania match. AJ Styles sneaking in while Bobby Lashley was being moved out. Good camera work. Blue quite right. Definitely not over with AJ. And Cal says, why did AJ Styles just spawn there? Well, I can only assume that it means Kevin Owens will be the one we're leaving with the US Championship at Mania. I think it's a shame. Drew McIntyre trying to carefully place the chair. Ready for the finish. This match has suddenly gone very TNA. Gal says, I refuse to believe he sneaked in there. He used Undertaker's powers and spawned there. There was no gong. Drew McIntyre is crawling over for the pin to cover LA Knight. And that will be the second one out. I was worried. The moment came. That's 2 down, 4 still going. Drew McIntyre, Randy Orton, clearly the favourite at the beginning. Logan Paul and Kevin Owens, who are very much doing their own thing. A bullshit chant from the crowd. LA Knight's been demoted at WrestleMania, guys. Andrew says, surprises seemed correct. Yeah, no, I don't know. I'm not 100% there that that's a big surprise. That's just building the storyline for WrestleMania. It's something. It's better than nothing. I'm not going to give Meltzer credit for that one, though. Oh, ouch. Kevin Owens just dominating Logan Paul there. Blue says, could they still not do a ladder match? I think that said they're really focused on Owens Logan. If they were going to do a ladder match, I'd imagine Logan Paul and LA Knight would have actually spent some time together. Like, this is a perfect opportunity to get like the cross issues instead of just having 4 people, 2 feuds thrown together. They could do more. Randy Orton in trouble here. Carl says Paul Logan is just getting ruined. Smashed off steel and through glass all match. The back injury angle is making me think Randy Orton might be picking up the win here. Crush says, imagine WWE hires Scott D'Amore. I mean, they had to replace Jennifer Pepperman, didn't they? Oh, that's gotta hurt. That's gotta hurt. So far since the entrance of Bobby Lashley, McIntyre has just been surviving. When someone's full weight lands on your knees, that hurts you as much as it hurts them. I think, honestly, because Randy Orton is still fairly freshly back, they're using the back injury to keep him out of the match until the late game. Orton versus McIntyre for the finish makes the most sense. Drew McIntyre looks like he might be going for another pin here. Owens in position for it. Pop-up powerbomb. Good, because there's starting to be a bit of an inevitability about Drew McIntyre, which is making me nervous about my prediction. Owens missed his kick, called an audible, nicely played. Logan Paul oversold a little bit. Oh, RKO. Tried to get a bit of distance, didn't work out. Kevin Owens is having his big moment. There's the RKO. He can't get the cover though. That delay. Watch the eyes. It's a free. Kevin Owens is gone. He was looking too good. They always have that moment of fighting back at the last moment. So we have Logan Paul, Randy Orton and Drew McIntyre. One of these things is not like the others. And I don't think we're going to see Solo Sikoa crush. Bloodline, to my knowledge, not in attendance. Good match so far, not as good as the women's for me. Less actual quality wrestling. Also a few less high spots. I'm disappointed that Logan Paul hasn't flown yet. I don't know, the women's match was definitely better for me. So far anyway, there's still time. There is blue, there is a shadow in the middle of the ring. There is a WWE logo at the top of the structure. Just for the sake of stability. And it's every now and then blocking Randy's head. Crush says Logan Paul is going to eat an RKO in midair. I agree with that. Kevin says Seth Rollins versus CM Punk. The storyline is you Punk cost my WrestleMania main event night 1. Seth Rollins didn't cost him anything. Didn't cost him anything. Fair, Cal. Logan Paul hasn't done too much. He has mostly just been absolutely destroyed. But to be fair, it's good booking. The fans want to see him get destroyed. There was a thank you Bobby chant when he speared Logan Paul through the pod. Knows the audience. P says this is brutal. So far so good. Chris says the women have been upstaging the men. We'll see how the main event goes as well. Logan Paul cannot get up to the top rope. Randy Orton taking a lot of time there. Now, logically, Randy Orton should go for a superplex here because Randy Orton, that's what he does. He's communicated something with Logan Paul there. You're taking this move, basically. Logan Paul's everything is taking punishment this match. He's fine, P. He's fine. He wouldn't be taking back bumps if his back was in trouble. That wouldn't be happening. One thing I have noticed, we haven't seen any Tower of Dooms. It's rare, that. Logan Paul is climbing on top of the pod. McIntyre with the neck breaker. Logan Paul has an opportunity here to splash Drew McIntyre. He's not quite lined up right for it. Kip up, kip up. This would be a great time for a Logan Paul. Drew McIntyre taking his time turning around. There's a crossbody. There's a terrible catch. That was a terrible catch. That was not a good catch at all. Good spot for Logan, but the receipt of it wasn't great. And honestly, his body wasn't quite angled right. Yeah, Crush is right. Wasn't quite lined up right. Drew did mess up with the catch. It was actually very similar to Drew's crossbody from earlier. Logan Paul touches himself inappropriately and has a brass knuckle option. Logan Paul is about to be eliminated. You know when you can feel it? I can feel it. There's an RKO. Someone took his eye off the ball. Still needs to flip him over, but it's an RKO. Usually that's that. Logan Paul's eyes are closed. He takes it. Smile on his face. Imagine how happy you'd be to take an RKO. Just throwing that out there. If you're going to take an RKO from Randy Orton, like, how good is that? That's an important moment of your life. You know? That leaves us with, pretty much as everyone expected, Randy Orton and Drew McIntyre. Neither of them look great. Randy Orton holding his back. Drew McIntyre having taken a sustained beating since the opening of the match here. Neither of them look like the heel, I'll tell you that. Crush, personally, I lean towards Randy Orton versus Solo Sikoa. But things have changed a lot recently. It's not impossible that he wins this. I don't know if he's allowed to future shock at this point. DDT in play. Randy Orton's going to look good here, but he's not going to finish the job. "10 minutes from now, I would usually start recording Nick and Tom's. So I would kind of just now be waking up." Funny how life works. Cool, Blue. Cheers. Usually when a move injures someone, they take it out of the repertoire for a moment just to double check. And then other wrestlers come in and say, "No, I'm taking it." That's what happened with AJ Styles in the Styles Clash. Vince McMahon didn't want the Styles Clash to ever be used. And then Chris Jericho was like, "Just hit me with it. Just keep hitting me with it. Eventually you'll just get used to it." This match has gotten real slow. Virginia, hello. You've missed almost all of Elimination Chamber. Only the main event is left after this particular chamber match. I'd advise you to steer clear of spoilers and go and start watching it from the beginning. He's looking for his Claymore. Now's probably not the moment, because it's just taking too long to do it. Blue says, "I get it with the Styles Clash. So many wrestlers in the moment forgot not to tuck their chins. In WWE, there is an advantage with that because they don't do pile drivers anymore. So the only thing you take in that position is a Styles Clash." He needs to be careful here. Drew McIntyre's leaving himself more open than he should. Yeah, it's a helpful part of WWE. They're always very careful with indie wrestlers as well. Is there a nut shot coming? I feel like there's a nut shot coming. RKO landed. Oh. Oh. Blue, you might be right. You might just be right. That's a win for Drew McIntyre. Talk about out of nowhere. Wow. Well, so far, every match has been accurately predicted. Drew McIntyre goes on to WrestleMania, and I think it might well be that ladder match. Multi-man either way. McIntyre celebrates. The crowd don't really know how to react to that. Oh. Logan Paul just opened up a world of options for that United States Championship match at WrestleMania. Ladders, anyone? Kind of want to post a GIF from Community. In fact, no. Can I just edit one in? Is that something I can do? Can I edit in a GIF? Ladders community. Do you have one? You don't have one. Let me have a look. We have options. Yes, that one. That exact one. That's what I want. Yeah, that makes me happy. Sometimes life's easy. Finding a gift that makes you happy. So that match was okay. I'm giving it a 6.5. It was slower. Bobby Lashley had a good moment. There was a couple of big spots, a couple of small botches, and a couple of things which led absolutely nowhere. Also, why does he get pyro? Well, Becky didn't. What the hell? He gets boats and shit. Crush, that will not be the night 1 opener. That will likely be the night 2 opener. Night 1 will be the tag match. The tag match. Cal says, Logan Man always finds the way to be in the conversation. Incredible booking. Guys, do you remember I've been talking about Drew McIntyre signing a new deal? Drew McIntyre coaching the referee in 3-2-1s. Jermaine says, thank you, Triple H. You gave me what I wanted. Now that's an unexpected surprise. Sai says, LA Knight is plunging down the Mania card and gives the match a 7 out of 10. Blue says, the thing about the ladder match is it takes up multiple spots. With potentially 4 women's singles matches, they need to reduce the men's, which is absolutely fair. Cal says they give the men's chamber a 4 out of 10. Really poor in my opinion. Was slow-paced, didn't have any big spots except the Paul Lashley one. I thought the women's chamber was 100 times better. Blue's loving the fireworks. Bailey gives it a 5, saying too slow and on to the main event. Brad says the ending I didn't like. Blue says the match looked worse because of how great the women's was. Non-stop action with the crowd completely into it. Kervin says I replaced Bobby Lashley's Randy Orton for Santos Escobar and AJ Styles to make the Elimination Chamber 10 times more fun over this. But you would be missing Bobby Lashley and Randy Orton, who gave us some really good spots. Chris says AJ Styles flew halfway across the world to cost LA Knight a chance for a world title match at Mania. Inspirational hater activity. Fair. Blue says Logan is perhaps the best 80s style WWF heel in the business. Corbin. I would say Corbin is definitely up there. Logan Paul, however, is deserving of plentiful credit. Plentiful credit. We're getting a commercial for Randy Orton and Legends. A lot of A&E stuff. We're on the network, mate. Give me something network-based. When's the last time you saw something new on the network? Like they don't care about us. We have ourselves a good old-fashioned WrestleMania promo. Because you can't get enough of them, can you? Can't get enough of them. If anything, it looks like we're just getting highlights of last year's WrestleMania. Like, have you lost your mind? It's getting way too much stuff. Blue says triple threat is also totally a possibility. And Carl says WWE don't half love their fireworks. They do. They do. The amount of money... The budget for fireworks alone from the WWE would fix poverty in like 6 different countries. 42 days to WrestleMania. We will, of course, be live for both nights of WrestleMania. Both nights. And I hope to see as many of you there as possible. Should be a fun one. I mean, it's WrestleMania. Why wouldn't you? Special start time. 7 Eastern time, which means midnight here in the UK. Means I might get to bed by 5 o'clock in the morning. Maybe. I need to book off that Monday. They are confirming Roman versus Cody will main event the show. There's plenty more. I'm surprised they're not really running down like Bayley, Io Sky and stuff. I suppose they're running low on time. We have another bit of Australia to show you. Gal says Michael Cole doesn't get the credit. He's been going for 750 years. Kervin says, Women's Royal Rumble overshadowed the Men's Rumble. Now the Women's Elimination Chamber overshadows the Men's. Damn. Yeah. I think it's time to recognise that the women can do just as good as the men. For anyone who hasn't already noticed that. Because, yeah, it's high time the women got a main event at WrestleMania. Triple H is in the ring. Is he here to announce the attendance? To say a massive thank you? It's no longer just Triple H being announced. We actually announce him as Paul Levesque. Let's see what you got, Hunter. Crowd respond nicely. Naturally, a lot of respect for the man. He has just won some awards. Carl says, I feel like WWE want me to move to Australia. They do. You personally. You personally. Blue says, Triple H coming out to the music he only uses when he's going to wrestle. Strange. That historically is not the music he only uses when he's going to wrestle. Although, no, I hear what you're saying. Because Bow Down is his non-wrestling entrance music. You're right. It is attendance. Carl says, Triple H just makes me happy. Jack says, matches have been good, but it still has that feel where I'm waiting for something big to happen, and I know it's not. The show itself feels kind of flat. I feel since Triple H took over, every show has felt flat. I wouldn't say flat. It depends what you're looking for. If you're looking for surprises and anything can happen, you're kind of watching the wrong show now. That's not WWE anymore. They're trying to put more focus onto the wrestling content, and it's working. You're getting great matches, but it's not going to be shocks and surprises. The Royal Rumbles keep telling us that. Chris says Triple H knows how to accessorize. I agree with that. The man is regularly dressed by his children, but I agree with that. Carl says, like the WWE is selling Australia more than their own matches. Well, we're about to hit the main event. Nia Jax and Rhea Ripley main eventing in Australia. Wait till Rhea pops up on screen. Wait for that pop. They were going there and then they didn't. They knew what they were doing. They're saving that pop. Sean says, who do you believe beats Rhea and Judgement Day for their titles? AOP, Bianca Belair. Bailey says, does the WWE ever tell the truth on attendance? Yeah, all the time. Jermaine says, I need to get off early from work on Mondays and Fridays so I can really get spoiler warning live. Wouldn't worry about it, mate. Just put your headphones on and stick it in your phone. That's what most people do. Carl says, imagine if Nia wins. I mean, we get Nia versus Becky. There's a story there. It's not a main event level story, but it doesn't look like they're getting that main event. But there's a story there. Whole thing makes me nervous. No, I think this is one of those rare shows where I have predicted everything accurately, but where most people have predicted everything accurately. This isn't a difficult show to book. Yes, it's predictable, so what? We're getting a great show, I feel. It's been fun. It's fair. They need to work out how to stop Nia Jax from sitting on people. She does it a lot. Too much, you might suggest. Too much. Showing off again. I feel like this feud is definitely building up Rhea Ripley a lot better than she's been built up for a while. Did Michael Cole just make a reference to the year of the Judgment Day? I'm pretty sure Michael Cole just made a reference to the year of the Judgment Day. Sean says both Rhea and Nia from Australia, says homecoming for both. And Carl says, I like seeing Nia happy. People treated her horribly and people were vulgar about her. Sai says, death threats for Becky's daughter on Twitter make me so glad I'm off social media. Yeah, I've spotted them. Truly disgusting people. Personally, I'd be raising that to the police. You make a death threat against me, I will come right for you. And trust me, you cannot stop me. I haven't had a death threat in a while, guys. There's a reason for it. Brad says, exactly. It's been very easy to predict, but I've loved the match quality. Crush, what does that mean? What does that mean? Carl says, I would have liked to see Alexa against Ripley, but like the fire-throwing magic version of Alexa, but she's leaving, so it's depressing. She's leaving. Is she leaving? Kevin says, I hope Drew McIntyre versus Seth Rollins isn't a normal match for the third time. You want to go no holds barred? Options. If it's no holds barred, then wait for Judgment Day, because they be coming. Nia Jax now making her entrance. Just seen the lawn chairs that they've had to use to add more seats. This is the big one. Nia Jax's second main event of her career. Oh, she's feeling it. She can't feel it. She can't visibly show that she's feeling it, but she is feeling it. Crush, can I ask you a question? Does that mean I have that? Because my biological father left before I was 3. Is that what that means? Are you saying I am naturally so stupid that I would threaten a child? Is that what you're going for? I'll wait for your answer. Cal says, Alexa Bliss was so good she carried Lockdown, in my opinion, just throwing fireballs at Randy Orton. Her brief feud with Asuka, also a lot of fun. It will blue, very late in the day. Jermaine says, now this was it determined. Have WWE really changed? Because this is when Vince McMahon will change the narrative and have Nia Jax win because he wants the heel to beat the hometown hero. If Vince McMahon booked this match, he'd have booked Rhea Ripley to win. This idea that Vince McMahon would always have the hometowner lose, if you actually look at the stats, happens about 60% of the time. That means 40% of the time, it doesn't happen. Well, Crush, it's fucking ridiculous. Okay? I'm fatherless. I ain't unhinged. Think before you speak. Kelvin suggests Seth versus Drew in an I Quit match. I suspect it will not be any specific type of match because of the triple threat. I'm going to go double headphone for this. The Queen has returned. Sorry, Mummy has returned. Oh, she's definitely feeling it. Oh, this is going to be good. Blue was today years old when he realised Nia was from Australia. She's gone for the Pennywise makeup again as well. A throwback she does quite enjoy. Carl says, I wonder if Ripley is going to get beat up but come out the winner here, or if she's going to squash Nia. It definitely won't be a squash. It will be a competitive match. My expectation is that she obviously comes out the winner, doesn't escape, but actually wins. And then Nia Jax gets squashed by Jade Cargill. What I've been reporting, Cal, is that there are people in WWE who believe she won't return. However, that is not confirmation that she is leaving. Blue says, the thing about Vince and Hometown Heroes is they were usually lower down the card. He didn't do it often to his stars. Nope. But it's the same as when people say, oh, this person lost on the Go Home show. That means they're definitely winning. About 50% of the time. Complete lie, complete lie. But people get really into their heads about this stuff. Megan says she's trying so hard not to cry. Bless her, cry. Do it. Do you remember Bianca versus Sasha? They just cried. Blue suggests Becky versus Nia on Raw in the build-up to Mania so Becky can get a win back. No, personally, I would do that after WrestleMania. I would put all focus now on Rhea Ripley and Becky Lynch, but I would be building towards Jade Cargill squashing Nia Jax. After that, we start the Nia Jax rebuild. Becky wins when it's important. A lot of people in that crowd crying. Sean says maybe a Becky Rhea stare down at the end of the show. That's what I've expected the entire time. Chris says he can really tell she's holding back tears. She's calling for more, and they are providing. Kervin, we disagree entirely when it comes to WrestleMania 39. I thought that was fantastic. Cal says, do you know what was one of the loudest pops? Dolph cashing in that pop was so ridiculous. That seems like it was more for the gimmick than the wrestler, unfortunately, given how things went since. Cal says, if I was a wrestler and tried cashing in, I would be the Damian Sandow Part 2. Baron Corbin. Blue says, glad Cole and Corey just let the images speak for themselves. They weren't even told to shut up. They just did. Oh, this has got the big fight feel. Now imagine if they put any other match as the main event. How long has it been since a women's match main evented a pay-per-view? How long has it been? Tell you the answer. Too long. They announced Nia Jax not as from Australia. Makes sense. Oh, so much love. Look at that face. She's crying. She is crying. She is crying. That's happening. She is crying. When's the last time a women's match main evented a show? I'll tell you. Too long. Oh, we do have answers and they're not great. Crush says night one of WrestleMania 37, which is nearly 3 years ago. What I would say is I think Brad's actually right on this one, because night one main event is not the main event of WrestleMania. They're trying to brand it however they can, and fair play to them. It's not the main event of WrestleMania. Hurricane Rana from Rhea Ripley. We are not counting NXT Blue. Very different element, but fair play. Also says Rhea needs to be a main eventer going forwards, not just in Aussie land. That is the plan. At least that was the plan before The Rock. Sean, you don't need to preface by saying you're not trying to argue. She may have said to fans that she would return. To be clear, some in WWE still don't believe she'll be back. The two things are not mutually exclusive. Big boos for Nia. Big boos for Nia. Michael Cole's voice is going. A little stink face as well. Oh, Nia Jax is going to be so perfect for this position. Like, she knows what the job is, and she's going to do it perfectly. You are going to hate her by the end of this, if you don't already. SummerSlam 2019 was a triple threat that didn't go over well. Oh, Survivor Series 2019, gotcha. I also think maybe TLC that year, the one where Kyrie got knocked out. True, yep, that did happen. That was a main event. Chris says, sounds like Dwayne really messed things up. Well, in many ways, the initial plan was Ripley versus Lynch to main event night 1. Then it moved to Seth versus Punk. And then it moved to the tag team match. I gotta be honest, it's still in contention. It is still in contention. Michael Gore makes a good point. It's a very different Nia Jax. It's a lot of the same offense, but it's just a lot more refined. Just a lot more refined. Rhea Ripley having a power out of this one. Nia Jax says no. Oh. So Rhea Ripley is going to take a beating early on. We know how this goes. We've seen wrestling before. Give them a moment, they'll start to work it back. Kevin says, Rhea Ripley versus Charlotte was awesome, and I'm still waiting for Rhea Ripley to deliver more great matches. You wait for Becky, mate. You wait for Becky. Jermaine says, with Sasha Banks versus Bianca the last women's match to main event of WrestleMania, is it possible that we get a women's match to main event at this year's WrestleMania? No, the main event of this year's WrestleMania is Cody Rhodes versus Roman Reigns, and the main event of that year's WrestleMania was Roman Reigns versus Edge versus Daniel Bryan. Blue wants Rhea versus Becky to main event. They're definitely not going to main event, but main event of night one still means something. The idea was that after Sasha versus Bianca, they would always have a women's match main event night 1, but it just hasn't happened. Rhea Ripley versus Becky is one of their best shots. They need to take advantage of it. Sean says, I'd laugh if the tag match doesn't happen. The tag match should open WrestleMania. That's what should happen. It should be the first match of WrestleMania. The women should still main event. Imagine night 1 of WrestleMania closing with Rhea Ripley, championship held high. It's a different game entirely. You are establishing a star that will be the top of the game for a decade at least. Rhea is that person. You've just got to make it official. Sean says Charlotte versus Ronda was close to main eventing. Survivor Series. Fair. Oh, you mean... Right, you mean the year before. Yes. Yes, it was. The original plan, of course, was Charlotte-Sasha. Charlotte-Sasha was going to be main eventing night 1. Won't make Sasha fans very happy. But it is true. Jermaine says this has a Hulk Hogan versus Andre the Giant feel to it match. At the moment, yes, that's the intention that they're going for. I got you, Sean. It took me a moment to catch up. That was an oh shit from Rhea Ripley there. Oh, a deadlift as well. Usually when you go for the double powerbomb, the wrestler taking it will grab your hands to add extra leverage of a bit of a sit-up. Nia Jax just lifted her. It's fine. It's fine. Nia going for a finish already. That won't last. Good catch from Nia. Are we going to do a stomp? Because I hate the stomp. That's not a bad use of a stomp. Alright, that's fair. That's not a bad use of a stomp. I agree, Crush. Didn't really enjoy it. Nick liked it. The I Quit match was better. Good drop kick. Jax is down. First real opportunity for a comeback from Rhea. There is no time limit given to them on this. They've been told, go out there, put on a great match. If the crowd starts getting bored, we'll let you know. Rhea, as we expected, playing face. Big opportunity for her to really show that she is the future. Trying to make it rain. Samoan drop. For a while, that was Nia Jax's finisher. Misses a leg drop. And another drop kick. Rhea Ripley much more competitively in the match now. Going to the top rope, doing some superplex stuff. Why the hell not? Why the hell not? Avalanche Samoan drop. That'll be a hard one to kick out of. No, it won't. Lisa says, hell no, The Rock Open WrestleMania. What's your preference, Lisa? Tell me about it. Sean says, Nia beat Alexa at WrestleMania with Samoan drop. As I said, he used to be a finisher. Eric says, I rewatched the Women's Chamber. I think it's time to turn, Liv. When people are booing, you eliminated the actual heel. It might be time to turn. Eric, I've been very clear about the exact situation here. Very clear. Further confirmation of what I'm already saying, mate. Okay? Rhea Ripley demanding more. She's gone back to the top rope. Are we going for the dropkick again? Because that ain't going to work out for you. Okay. Little Eddie Guerrero moment there. Oh, okay. She's been learning from Dom Dom. She's been learning from... It wasn't perfect. It was good. Eddie Chan, naturally. She's rounding out her offense. She's going for the riptide. There isn't 3 nights, Lisa. The 3rd night is Raw. Oh no, she's practiced it, Crush. It's not her very first one. It's the first one out in the wild, as it were. Jax goes for a kick. Usually she cannonballs. Oh! That was a landing. She committed to that. She's a good seller, Nia Jax. Oh, we're going tables. We are going tables. Oh, I'm in for this. It's one of those matches, because of the crowd, it doesn't even need to be a great match to be a great match. You know what I mean? Like Rock versus Hogan. Terrible match. As wrestling matches go, just bad. That's not going to happen. She's going to get Samoan drop through the table. That's not going to break. She landed on monitors. That's going to hurt. Yep, there'll be genuine sounds of pain. She's going to do a leg drop, aren't you? Okay, that works. From a very unstable base, she broke the table. Fair play to her. Oh, that vicious. You're just dragging her. Nope. You've had problems with that before, Nia. You don't just drag people. You don't just drag people. Yes, Sean, it definitely was. They should have been more ready there. Technically, that was a free. Nia needed to be more ready for that. I never saw that full match, Curvin. I'm glad I didn't. It sounds like it was awful. Kicking out of the finish. It'll be the beginning of the end for Nia Jax. This won't be too long a match. They're going to heat the crowd up from here. Nia will not get another chance at that. Logically, she's going to go for it again. Rhea's going to move. And from there, it's all over for Nia Jax. Rhea's ready. I mean, there's some bad matches, Crush. That's high praise. Rhea's going for the finish. Note that she is not physically dominating Nia Jax. She's surviving and she will win. But she's not physically dominating Nia Jax. Jade Cargill would physically dominate Nia Jax. Superplex. She hasn't got the grip that she needs. There's no grip places. There's no places to grip on Nia's gear. Rhea was still locked in. That was a bad landing for her. Nia landed perfectly. I'd imagine that was Mrs. Ripley. Chris suggests an avalanche riptide. Ed says quite rightly, Nia is much improved this run. She absolutely is. Completely different to what she was. I didn't like the drag. Rhea on her feet. Nia is slowly getting there. It is the beginning of the end. Riptide. Sexy pin. And the free. Nia was not physically dominated, but Rhea Ripley still broke her down. Now, logically, I'm expecting Nia Jax to roll out the ring quietly, Becky Lynch to arrive, and to end on a stare down. They're going into replays. This should give Nia Jax some time to leave. Nia Jax said something to Rhea Ripley. I think she told her to hit her, essentially. Nia Jax is rolling out of the ring as we speak. A successful homecomery. Michael Cole lost himself there. I'm guessing the girls with the family are either cousins or sisters, but they were crying for Rhea. They're absolutely right. Good showing from Nia. She's earned plaudits from it. You can cry now, Rhea. I'm guessing Becky might not be coming out. No bug as of yet. Pyro. I think Rhea was surprised by that pyro. Yeah, if they're mentioning Becky Lynch now, I'd imagine there's not going to be a come out. They're just giving Rhea her moment. So I say 6.5 for that and the show. Blue says, might make sense to just let Rhea bask along with the crowd. Absolutely. Jermaine says, was that Nia Jax's best match? I think she's had some better matches. Matches with Ronda tend to actually be pretty good from Nia. The match of Alexa was pretty quality as well. She's over with her family. She wants to celebrate her mummy. Oh, that's very sweet. Sean says, if Charlotte wasn't injured, do you think she would have been in the chamber match? Yep. And Blue says, the Becky Day 1 match was great. No, fair. Jax is up there now. She's earned her spot at the top of the card. And she's going to get knocked down pretty firmly at WrestleMania, so... Oh, we know, Jermaine. We know. It's all for her. All of it. All of it. God, it's 1:30 in the afternoon. I feel like it's about 5 in the morning, but here's the thing. If I open that blind, it'll be daylight. And I'm not ready for that. Tell you what I am ready for. To say goodbye. Because the day is over. The show's over. And I've got to say, one of the most predictable shows I've ever seen. And also still great fun. We knew where we were going for WrestleMania. The journey to get there also had some pretty good moments. So I'm going to say a massive thank you to all of you, as always. Thank you kindly for dropping in. We have 514 views, 45 likes, and 4.5 hours of show. My back is killing me because I'm old as hell. So I'm going to call it there. I will see you for WTF Wrestling tomorrow. This will be the John Laurinaitis video if you're not aware, so check that one out. But in the meantime, as always, I've been Tom Colohue. You've been fantastic, and I'll see you all very soon.